Stream. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm glad that you are all tuning in today for us to finally say goodbye to 2022. We are going to have friends on very, very shortly when they go tweet out that we are going live now. This is the problem when you don't schedule your tweets. This is the thing that I have learned to really appreciate, and I've noticed that so many familiar names and faces in chat. Mr. Ford, Mr. Luthemplar, Blood Satellite, so glad to see you all here. Yeah, I just saw that everyone was sort of tweeting today about Mr. Medicur's final stream. Lord be with him and all the things that he does. But for those of you who are already ahead in the time zones, Happy New Year, everybody. I thought that I would start streaming today at 11 p.m. Eastern, an hour before our friends on the East Coast get to ring in 2023. I'm an hour behind in Central, so I thought that 2 hours are going to be enough time to sort of bring in, talk with some friends, bring everybody in. Not to mention that I can now put my headphones on and bring on our first wonderful friend of the night, our one and only lovable Mr. Geo. How are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
I sure can. How are you, buddy?
Good, man.
I'm glad.
Oh man, I didn't anticipate, or else I would have learned something out better.
Oh, you're good. I thought that I would go all out for today,
Yeah.
just because I haven't been on camera for a while. But yeah, how have you been,
Right,
man?
It's I've been just trying to plow through this end of year article. So that's been consuming all of my time because I had to go into the nature of how time is constructed nowadays itself. So I've been thinking a lot about this year and how crazy it's been and how this has truly been a once in a century type of year.
Yeah, what makes you think it's a once in the century type of year? Just due to the war and everything like that?
Well, yeah, I think that basically my thesis for giving it away is that there have been so many happenings because essentially internet time has blended into the real. I feel like it's also significant that Pope Benedict had to die right today, right before
the Lord
the end. Well, yeah, it's kind of like the Queen dying as well. I think that two like historical figures dying of that way, it's sort of like with the Queen, a piece of the sort of English experience throughout the world died, and with Pope Benedict, Pope Benedict, I feel like his passing is going to usher in not a very good time for us Catholics, in my opinion. But I think that there's just been so many things going on that it's hard to conceptualize. For example, the truckers happened in the beginning of the year, and that feels like it's been 10 years ago. It feels like, the inquiry was about something that happened forever ago. And I feel that, this year I feel has, I'm saying I feel a lot. This year has had more events I feel that will influence politics for at least a few decades to come, if not more. Things that are happening right now. I mean, maybe that's too optimistic to say that there's been a disruption in the order of things, but I mean, it's just conjecture. I mean, it could be true that nothing happening, nothing will happen. Turbo Western Empire forever. But
well, that's what Fisted by Foucault tweeted out today. He says, my prediction for 2023 is that nothing's going to happen.
And the right wing will be decimated, yeah. There is a possibility of that, but I feel that, Niccolo Salo, he has a very unique way of pissing people off because I think he's not aware of it. Yeah. For example, not doing podcasts is really just pissing me off, because I want him on, but I feel like he
just put out on a Substack that he was on Red Scare for 2 hours talking about the infamous Salo Forum AIDS thread. But,
I gotta see that. I'll pay for Red Scare just to hear that. I was actually watching this thing about the plague last night because my old man was watching these medieval videos, and it happened they compared the Black Plague to the Coliforms disease, and then my old man's like, I can't watch anything about AIDS around you because then it's you're gonna go into this 2-hour long rant about the origins of AIDS, and I go, yeah, man, but because my old man, he remembers in the 80s, he remembers when the media wasn't totally controlled and they actually told you semi the truth about things.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, I feel that this year has been monumental, and 2023, I think that the reason is because there hasn't, like, this is my main thesis. Maybe I'm giving it away too much. Maybe I should just keep it for the article. But basically, terminally online, like normies entering terminally online spaces, has yet to dissipate after the global biosecurity era, the CVIDian era. That has yet to like taper. Like the whole like 2022 is going to be this hippie like restoration summer of love where people are going to go outside and touch grass. Like that didn't happen.
No.
And that's yeah, exactly. And you have to read Nick Land to know this, because if you kick off an accelerative process to get off of that, is, I know I'm sounding like a G slur nerd right now, but like when you kick off a process that keeps going, it's very, very hard to steer people off of that direction. And I feel that the sort of states of exception that we're seeing, that is going to, they're going to use it as a model in the future. But I feel like perhaps pestilence isn't going to be the thing in the future, but there will be other sort of things. And also I feel that contrary to Niccolo Salo, I feel like the regime will have to throw the right wing in America in particular a bone. And I feel like they'll probably have to push back on certain elements of the agenda. But when it comes to like what's sacred to them, which I mean, we all know what identity groups are sacred to them, those things are probably going to have to be left unmolested. Well, except for one identity group, which will always be molested. But no, but I feel that the whole like Chris Rufo, critical race theory and gender indoctrination in schools, there probably will be something with that. But I feel like they'll have to like throw the right wing a symbolic bone. And I do feel that the whole the current conflict was probably trying to be one of them, where they would try to instantiate like the right wing with gladio nationalism, as me and the boys at War Report call it. By the way, I did like 3 hours with the War Report, our year in review show. So it's on my Telegram, it's on my Twitter and the pin tweet. But no, I feel that that was an attempt to placate the right wing by instantiating them with agenda. But unfortunately that, didn't work. And the European situation is quite bleak.
Yeah, we talked about that on the Millennial Review earlier this week. But before we go any further, Mr. Paul Fahrenheit, how are you?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. Happy it's not New Year yet. We've got about 52 minutes, but I'm glad to be joining you, gentlemen. Mr. Geopolitical, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you at last. Mr. Prudentialist, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you again. I was watching the Ohio State Georgia State game. My two least favorite teams. Literally, I don't think there are two teams in any conference of college football I hate more than Ohio State and Georgia State. And for one night and one night only, because of Arian King, also known as a short king, Stetson Bennett IV, I was a Georgia State fan. And I stopped watching the game as soon as Ohio State started pulling away, and it was very sad all around, And I suppose, Georgia gets what it fucking deserves, and I mean, Ohio State's always going to be Ohio State. So that's how I spent my earlier New Year's Eve evening.
I just looked up a picture of him. Gio, does he not kind of look like the Kino Corner? He kind of looks like him
a little bit. Oh my god, like not the face, but the hair and like the eyes. Yeah, that's him, bro.
Good. Born. Oh my gosh, he's 20. He's born in 97.
You know a numerically significant You know what Ohio, especially around the Dayton area, because I believe CZW used to run shows there. There's a disproportionately high amount of deathmatch wrestlers that come from Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah, it's because Dayton, Ohio is just one big death match, and it's been one big death match since they founded it.
If you go there, people will be just smashing. Like as soon as you go to Dayton, people just smash light tubes over your head wherever you go. So
look, we've progressed past the need for an Ohio. All right, when you look at Rust Belt sort of opioid flush, deindustrialized hellscape, you kind of just look at Ohio as the platonic ideal for that, And this is said as someone whose maternal grandmother came from Ohio, so this is kind of a cell phone.
It's in his blood.
Yeah. But anyway, gentlemen, I don't mean to completely and totally disrupt whatever very high IQ things you gentlemen were talking about. before I hopped on the stream.
No, you're good. We just started. Gio was talking about this essay he's working on. I actually agree that the internet's totally blended into the real with time. My favorite tweet that I put out this year in 2022 was a thumbnail picture of Sargon's 2017 VidCon video, with the cartoon saying Anita Sarkeesian calling him like a garbage human or whatever. And I was like, this was 100 years ago,
I have a theory cell take on Sargon, by the way.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Okay, so
bring in the new year with theory cell Sargon takes.
I feel that Sargon, he truly has transcended his mortal presence because he has stepped off of the samsaric wheel of cringe Cole and also laughing at SJWs, because there was something that my good friend Nightmare Vision said this on Night Owls last few nights ago. He said that really those people that were doing Symbols is right. Strange numbers of pro wrestlers come from Ohio. That's because Ohio was the breeding ground of a lot of wrestling schools, including Ohio Valley Wrestling, which basically bred the 2001 school of like Randy Orton and John Cena and Batista. But anyways, I get distracted with wrestling very easily. So anyways, he said that a lot of those people that were doing those cringe compilations, a lot of like the Milo Sargon content, they didn't know that they were essentially categorizing the end of a particular cultural discourse. They were categorizing the ability to fight in some ways, because really it took only 10 years from, or not like less than 10 years from Sargon to be called a garbage human to that type of discourse becoming public legislation, to anti-who accounts saying that essentially every one of us are, fascists, and our mere existence threatens them, and they're joining gun clubs now, and they're, protecting drag shows. So it only took about 10 years to make fun of them and to present them in such a light as like, this is like a comical largely internet-based thing that doesn't matter. And our 90s liberal paradise is going to basically reign forever. Oh, Kevin's in the chat. Nice. So, but then what Sargon, I believe, realized is that he knew the tide was turning. He knew that like our politics are laughing at them in the context of like cringe classical liberalism isn't going to work. So he's like, you know what? I might as well just read like, I don't know, Reactionary Futures or some other like reactionary, like NRX bloggers that you need to go on the Wayback Machine to find. And he's just like, you know what? Yeah, these guys have a point, because Sargon, I believe he, out of all of them, managed to keep his relevance. Like in the fact that he recently bodied Peter Hitchens on Twitter, that was a really significant move, I feel, because he escaped both the cringe, like Tory politics of like, Jacob Rees-Mogg, and also the Americanized anti-SJW 2010s nonsense. So Sargon is a sort of, I would say, a lesser Buddha consciousness, lesser, I would say, bodhisattva of political discourse. And he has truly ascended the plane of that particular moment in cultural history on the internet. He truly has stepped off the wheel, but he keeps his sort of foot on the wheel by arguing with people on Twitter until every being is transcended into based world. That is my thesis in Sargon.
There was a time in my life where I gave Sargon about $150 a month in total.
Whoa!
If it makes you feel any better, Paul, I have one of his shirts.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm never getting that money back. There was also a time I forgot to cancel my Thomas Sowell tier subscription to Mr. AA's channel for about 5 months. That was fun. Typical, most financially literate Zoomer. All right. In all seriousness, Mr. Gio Panicetti, I do believe that Mr. Carl Benjamin has a extremely sort of important level of consciousness that people don't really. I make similar points. Most notably, the first time I kind of articulated this sort of concept was, and I'm sure someone's come up with it before and articulated it better, but in my American Civil War articles, I talk about Donald Trump and the place he has within sort of red mythology and blue mythology that some people talk about, and how, Donald Trump as a being, as an individual, as a figure seems to be elevated to an importance higher than his own personality or talents may be led to believe. It's almost as if we don't really get a choice as to who is cast to be the great roles of a society or civilization. I guess at least at this point, I guess with us outsiders looking in, and so someone like Sargon, who's completely unassuming, who you would never expect to reach the role that he has. I think there's something that can be very similarly said about him. Just the fact that he is he has a personality or a will. I don't want to say a personality or will, but it just seems like positionally somehow, when he talks, more people just listen, or when he moves, more things in the world are affected. And I'm sure there are a bunch of high IQ words to describe this. However, I'm 3 gin and tonics in, and
Let's go.
It's gonna be 4 or 5 pretty soon. So yeah, I'm gonna let Mr. John D take it over from here.
Hello,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
D.
Hello, Mr. D.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you doing? Happy New Year to you.
We're doing quite well.
Oh, Prude, I love it. It's a very, very good lick for you.
Oh,
So I'm
awful.
faced with. No, it's wonderful. Faced with the prospect of a wonderful. You look like you're ready for a funeral, Prude. It's very, very festive.
Well, we're putting 2022 into the ground.
Putting it.
Yeah.
Oh, good riddance.
What are you?
And faced with the prospect of Geo and a drunken Paul Fahrenheit, I'm sure this is going to be a hell of a good time.
I certainly hope so. Mr. D, you've had quite a year. What are your highlights and ups and downs for the year? What was your 2022 like, Mr. D?
Oh God! Oh, you don't even want to know. Well, I will say the highlight is that I'm figuring out how to put things in a way that is circumspect. People may know that I am a fartist. I'm an artist, and I produce artwork for sale to various revolting socialites and globalist scumbags. But I did deliver a body of work earlier in the year, and I sold it all, so that was wonderful. The other highlight, of course, is that I went on a long, peregrination, a sojourn from my ostensible native land to a different native land, so to speak. And let's just say the consequences and the challenges and the miseries of that probably won't be leaving me for another few years. So it's been a hell of a journey. Those were the 2 highlights, I suppose, for me. A decent career moment, and probably a fateful personal decision to relocate myself to, as we like to say, a tropical island somewhere.
Mr. D is acclaimed and accomplished Club Tropical Excellence all on his own. So, congratulations in that regard.
If you see Zante there, tell him I said hi. And there's a lot of my friends there, Club Tropical Excellence, but it's a spiritual.
Indeed, and I'm waiting for the. See, I can't do the voice, but you know what a voice I'm going to do.
Yes,
the
tropical excellence.
Yeah, we have many Spartan. I don't know what does he call them? There's like, he tweets out the blonde ones, and I can't remember what he calls them.
Nordic bodybuilders.
It's something even.
Welcome back to #1 Caribbean show, Club Tropical Excellent off the coast of sunny Suriname. Today
very good.
Some shit.
Any cause of Placencia tobacco? I take a break.
I need roast beef mayonnaise.
Brandon, give me roast beef. Brandon is manservant.
Oh man.
So I'm waiting for someone to come along with a daiquiri in a coconut shell with a parasol and some extra virgin olive oil, to spread over my gloriously
Oh, it'll
untanned.
be an extra virgin, all right.
God's sake. When I oil up, I look like a boiled egg in vinaigrette. So,
Gio, what was your highlights and downsides of 2022? Actually, let's just focus on the ups. We're gonna
Not
make
the
it a
downs?
positive streak, not the downs. The downies, they're done.
It feels like
They're
1,000
on
centuries ago, but the up is obviously not how am I gonna see if I word it stupidly, then it's like I'll just
You had an
extremely
independence
offensive.
referendum, and you were
Yeah,
on
exactly.
your own.
I had a secession moment, and I went out on my own and started the Content Minded podcast and Digital Archipelago. But so that's been my major highlight, to finally do what I've been wanting to do after more than 10 years of being online. And it's been great. It's been excellent. It's been liberating. So that's my highlight of the year. Apart from other things, being serious about weight loss and all that stuff. But yeah.
Guys, I was about to say, you have certainly looked a lot better than when I first met you on BTR.
Yeah, man, I have. It's been up and down though, like still personal stuff, still dealing with muscle pain and things of that nature. But other than that, maybe 2023, I don't know, a year of the GF, maybe. Who knows? That'll be a good thing. But yeah.
See, I've been doing my best to do the opposite. I've been doing my best to gain. I've decided with Academic Agent to take the Taft pill. So we're just gonna William Howard Taft ourselves into
After we're down to Taft,
an early grave.
Well, just don't get yourself stuck in a tub. That's all I can say.
Oh, mate, I've already been there. For different reasons. I am pouring my since I am ordered, even though I haven't been obeying it because I had whiskey sour the other night. I've been ordered not to have cocktails because I used to, have a casual 8 or 9 double martinis for these sorts of occasions. But I am having a Samuel Adams Holiday White Ale, just to prove that I am.
That's a good beer. That's a good beer right there.
Yeah.
I like
Sam
it.
Adams.
I like the citrusy. I'm just going to go by what it says on the label because I don't know much about beer. Citrusy and hazy. Hazy. It's an odd word to just to market your beer, your ale as hazy.
That's what you feel like the next morning.
Well, no, I mean
it's millennial jargon. It's also millennial jargon they put on that sort of craft beer shit.
Do millennials drink Samuel? It seems like sort of a.
They do actually. They love Sam
Adams and Blue Moon. They're all this sort of light beer citrus stuff.
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Hey,
no,
that is the beer.
I don't
of
want
the working
anyone
man.
shit talking Pabst Blue Ribbon, which is an official sponsor of my Telegram channel.
I found the hipster.
Heineken, fuck that shit. Pabst
Blue Ribbon.
Indeed, but I like these. I like these citrusy Belgian white beers. So, although the problem is, of course, I can't have my normal 9 martinis, but so I will have like 12 or 16 of these white ales. It doesn't do anything.
Well, I cannot drink, but I bought a root beer from Atwood's, and I don't drink dark soda since the transplant. But this tonight we'll have a little good time.
Ooh,
hey Paul,
I don't really drink.
Completely correct in the chat, real quick. I'm sorry, I gotta let this opinion stand. The other Paul who comes to my spaces sometimes, completely correct. PBR is the beer of the George Wallace Democrat. All right, that I will have absolutely zero shit talking of Pabst Blue Ribbon, which is the greatest beer the United States has ever produced.
We are also joined today by Semiagog and Mr. Stephen Carson of Radical
Speaking of boomers,
hello everyone.
Back off.
How are you two gentlemen?
Hi. Yeah, Mr. D, I would take exception to being identified as a boomer. My parents actually were pre-boomer. Just barely.
As were mine, silent generation. Absolutely.
There you go. Yep. My parents were born in the early 40s. And then, of course, I was born well after the boomer era. So my family did not participate in the boomer generation at all.
Radlib is actually the first Gen Xer. He's here on the stream with us tonight. It all started with him.
Yeah, you would be a Gen Xer.
rather.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
1969 is my birth year.
Yeah. It's 65 to 80. I think 65 to 80, maybe. I
Okay,
want to
wait
say
a
80.
second.
No, I
Wait
want
a
to say
second,
80
guys.
because I don't want AA to be included in Gen X.
Right. I just realized this is the right wing version of astrology, right? It's like, what sign are you? I'm a
It's
boomer.
true.
I'm a millennial.
I'm a
you know.
boomer.
No,
Yeah,
listen. Racism is the right-wing equivalent to astrology, okay? Get it right. Get it right.
Spicy. I've walked into a real trap here. Hello,
I
everyone,
think
by the way.
astrology is the right wing
Hi,
version of
Oliver.
astrology.
Hello.
Yeah,
Lol.
really.
No, it's the Myers.
The
It's a
robot
Myers
is here.
Briggs. It's a Myers
It's
Briggs
skeptical
thing.
waves.
Skeptical waves. Oh my
New Year's
Wow.
Eve, narrated by
You-
Skeptical Waves.
Oh my
Man.
God, he's
Whoa.
human.
The fucking autism is through the roof at this point.
Do you do stream Skeptical Waves? I always thought of you as just a robot voice. I don't remember you being.
I show up to Christmas and various
You did that
celebrations.
D&D stream with Semiagog a while
I did
back.
a while ago.
Wow.
Oh, this is sort of like
Oh.
the Catholics or whatever who only show up to mass twice a year for Easter
Yeah.
and Christmas. Yeah,
Oi,
kind of like that,
oi.
right?
Oh, get the
Don't at
fucking
all
rake. We've
resemble
got
that.
2 Leafs in here.
It's a Christmas and Easter kind of streamer.
Wait, Skeptical, you're a
Right.
Leaf as well?
Indeed, I am.
Do you want to see what province or you?
I am oppressed Anglo in Frogland.
Oh
Right.
Oh, mon Dieu.
man! Whoa,
Wow.
man!
The only
Can you-
living Anglo in Quebec.
I'm
He's got-
totally
he's
pro-
got-
One day.
I'm
Hey,
totally
Geo,
pro frog now.
Geo, he's got victim points, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. It's true.
One of the few.
Yeah, it's true. To be an Anglophone, heritage stock Anglophone in Quebec is not a very good deal. A lot of my countrymen went there of my ethnicity to Montreal, but we were doing various nefarious activities in Montreal, the Italians. But
I love it. Montreal. Pepperjack, Montreal.
That
what
way.
really sucks is that Niagara Falls isn't doing a concert this year. It's like 3 years in a row. I hate it, bro.
Oh, I
terrible.
used to attend Niagara Falls New Year's.
Really, because my grandmother, she had a house that was on like a street like almost near Clifton Hill, and we would like go out there in the porch every year and we would watch the fireworks, and there would be like, I don't know, Our Lady Peace or someone playing.
And
Hey,
it used to
wait,
be-
wait,
it used to be a big thing.
Wait a minute. Is a different agent playing Skeptical Waves tonight? Is that voice actually the same?
I'm not sure.
The Royal Canadian Mounted Police have different skeptical waves depending
Yeah.
Eat a Skeptical Waves for every occasion. But
Absolutely.
I went to Montreal just to eat because there's some quite good food there.
Of
Um,
course.
But and that's usually why I go anywhere. It's just to eat. Oh
Yes,
dear,
again,
dear.
taking the tap.
Black Frog. Black Frog power. D is totally doing the rain frog power these days. He's swelling and becoming darker.
I am
What is
swelling and burrowing into the ground. But
What is this called, Mr. D? Gustatory tourism or something?
Gustatory tourism? Yes. I mean, just completely aside, but they shut off Niagara Falls back in the
Yeah,
the
the 50s.
1960s.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
the
60s. Yeah.
What do you mean? Where'd the water go?
They filled it in.
They dammed it so
Yeah.
that it
Oh.
completely dried up because there was so much debris that had collected at the bottom that it was really affecting the kind of look and grandeur of the falls. So they shut it off and they cleared out all the debris.
that
and
many people were jumping over in barrels.
It's a giant pile of barrels.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
And bounds. Barrels and bounds.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Man, I'm so pissed.
not everyone
they-
makes it out.
See, they tore down the IMAX Niagara Falls that did I remember going and seeing that documentary and you would see the footage of people going over in the barrel. And it was,
Oh,
it's gone.
man, memories,
that's
man, it's
disappointing.
gone. Yeah, man.
I also remember going. If you were in America, you could go to Niagara Falls to get Cuban cigars. It was like the one I remember driving up there with someone for like 7 hours just
Oh, yeah.
buy Cuban cigars.
Try muting Skeptical Waves. We're trying to find the echo.
Oh no.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I will isolate.
I think we've done more than enough of that these last 2 years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Right.
fair enough.
But we
So-
were going around the panel, and I'll start with Semi-Agog, Skeptical Waves, then Radlib. What are your highlights for 2022?
Getting into a new house and escaping the villainous hive of scum and vermin that was the city.
Well done. Mr. Waves?
My daughter started to read.
And play some
piano.
Yes, some have heard the Little Waves recital.
Oh, hope that wasn't secret. Yeah.
No,
Just
of course not.
Charming photographs. Charming.
Yeah,
that
this
was
is
great.
how we know this is how we know Skeptical Waves is truly human.
Human.
What a
things.
fake sell. Just admitting you have children. Total fake selldom.
Mm.
I'm sorry, Skeptical Waves.
He slipped some pecs into my DMs once. Skeptical Wave did.
Apparently, there's some iron pumping happening going on.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he literally sent some racy photographs.
Yeah, that wasn't a pectoral, B.
Oh!
I can't believe
Actually, my
this.
favorite picture was of the Swole Doge.
Yes, Swole Doge is our mascot. He sits and judges us at the gym.
Like he has a real, like a physical Swole Doge. That yeah, it's cool.
It's fantastic.
Well, Mr. Radlib, what have been your highlights of 2022?
Oh, well, I have some things that I only share privately with you guys that I'm excited about. Just personal developments. One of which I haven't really told you yet, but once it's fully in effect later this week, I will. But that's for my friends.
The short answer is pony.
We did get a pony at the beginning of 2022. That was nice. But yeah, I would say in terms of something that would be relevant to this part of my life, I have to say that the standing ovation at the UK Skildings event pleased me, in particular because I was up against other speakers at the event with bigger notoriety than me were Curtis Yarvin, Carl Benjamin, and Academic Agent. And I got the standing ovation. So I thought that was pretty awesome.
Oh, that Carl Benjamin is he is so uppity and coarse, isn't he? Oh.
Well, if it makes you feel better, Radlib, I mean, Curtis's stock has dropped a bit, so don't worry about it. He probably dominate. You'll probably mog him in the future.
Why did his stock drop? He's just doing
various reasons. Various reasons.
People, as far as I can tell, he has been doing the same thing for years and years and years, and everybody sort of spins around him, and it doesn't really change what he does. You know,
Yeah.
he just does his thing. You know.
Well, you gave the most unapologetic sort of dissident right case for Christianity I had seen in a really long time, and that's my favorite speech that I saw from that event. I watched them all, and I still go back to it to refer to people because it's just like this. See, this is what you need to be doing. Mr. Red Hawk, welcome, and if you don't mind,
sir.
Sure.
Sorry.
If
you don't mind telling everyone your highlights of 2022.
Right. I'll be quick and in and out because I'm in the middle of the cabin in the woods with friends for the weekend. But I just wanted to stop by and say Happy New Year to everyone. It's been very fun. I greatly enjoyed meeting many of you earlier this year, and here's to a fantastic 2023 with more good work to come. I'd say my highlights of the year were the Shieldings event. Definitely, yeah, it was definitely a huge proof of concept for sure that we can get so many of our guys in one place, and I'm sure the next years is going to be much better. So that's definitely a big one for me. And yeah, I mean, I'd say that one was like founding the Old Glory Club. I think we're doing some awesome stuff there for sure. So, and also the other in-person events. I mean, I went camping with Yiz this year. That was really fun. Paul and I met up a couple times this year around the country. That was very fun as well. So yes, definitely sign up for basket weaving, get in-person interactions, and you will not regret it. It's worth it. So
excellent. Happy New Year, sir. Yeah, I'm embarrassed. I didn't mention the Old Glory Club, that we started having basket weavings meeting at my house. I mean, there's a lot has been gone down in 2022.
Yeah, it really has been the year of the IRL doing things in reality. We've manifested the Old Glory Club. We had it feels like a century ago just talking about the US event this last February, because that was really the motion that I think kicked off the American scene to be really where it's at right now for us to get things in the ball rolling. I got to meet almost everybody, really. I met Red Hawk, Radlib, Paul. I wish I could meet all of you in real life, but that, and I've made friends with basket weaving. It has really been the year of getting ourselves to touch grass and do something rather meaningful here in the U.S., which is good.
Stand a stone's throw from my house and shout before you approach with that mustache if we ever meet.
Wait, touch what? Oh, grass. Sorry.
well, Mr. D, with that, with that dirty joke out of the way, I'm going to bid everyone adieu. So everyone enjoy, your New Year's. Go watch, Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve tonight, and watch. So see you guys.
Happy New Year,
Red. Happy New Year.
Red Hawk. I did see someone today tweet out, are you going to be there when the knee drops tonight, in reference to Derek Chauvin? And I just thought that was probably the spiciest thing I've seen for the New Year's.
Oh, no.
Wow.
The knee drops. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Okay, there you go.
And again, Radlib has proven to be the most wholesome dissident.
Oh.
Did you seriously not know what Adderall was, Radlib?
I had heard the brand name, just like I said, replied to, who was it I was chatting with?
Spandrel?
The Camp Bot drug?
I had heard the brand name, and I knew it was some kind of like medicine-y thing, and maybe even could have told you. No, I might have thought it had to do with headaches. I didn't really know what it was. I had to look it up. They were not drugging boys when I was in school. This is a later development after my time.
Right? Oh, they were. Yeah, in your time, I guess it was just smoking in the boys' room. Not much, not taking speed to go to college.
Just barely dodged to getting drugged myself.
Oh, really?
My parents were adamant to not.
Yeah, me too,
not
actually.
Do it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was drugging myself.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't get any drugs, so I just decided to drug myself.
that makes it better, I guess, Oliver, that it was you were self-medicated.
Well, I only have one person to blame, so the post-mortem, is much more straightforward.
Right.
Well, on that cheerful note, wow. Bring it up, D. Bring it up, D. You must have
I've got a bottle of champagne that I'm going to open.
Ow!
Tonight, so.
Yeah,
yes.
I think I might duck downstairs to get some spiced rum.
I've got a Glenlivet 12 here.
Oh, that's a good one.
I will have to cross the distance between my house and here to re-up as necessary.
Oh, well, we lost our host.
Brood!
That's unfortunate.
All right, it's time to
come back.
band.
Just tear it loose now.
How many terrible things can we
There's
say?
enough of this here.
No.
We could do the hard R. We can all spell out the word without Prude.
Okay, N?
No.
No,
it's not
E.
No,
Yes.
don't.
Z.
Zed. Speaking of Zed, hello to Zed, guys.
Zed does in the chat.
Nebuchadnezzar. No one asked what the champagne was. Philistine.
Oh, Dom Perignon.
Yeah, actual champagne or sparkling wine?
Pagan.
Sparkling wine. What do you think I am, Darren Grimes? I'm not drinking
as someone
Prosecco.
who's a fan of Niagara, I like a variety of Niagara sparkling wines.
Yes, but it's not called. You only call it champagne if it's
from that region.
Exactly. So
Appellation contrôlée.
Appellation contrôlée. Yeah. So this is Bollinger, Grand Anier, 1995. So it's very good, quite good.
I feel like we should open up the stream with something that's going to have all of us at our throats. What is the 2023 predictions that you guys are cooking up in your gray matter currently?
Well, Mr. Geopolitical, I have an answer already posted up on my Substack. You will find them underneath the articles, The Second American Civil War, Part 1 and 2, reviewed to much critical acclaim. You can find mine there.
Are you saying that the Russian Foreign Secretary read your thread, your post?
I mean,
Right.
wouldn't
Red
wouldn't,
is red.
Was
wouldn't
that
be
Medvedev?
Yeah.
Dmitry
No, Lavrov,
Medvedev?
red.
Oh,
Fahrenheit.
Lavrov. He's the one straight off the damn Frankenstein table. I love him. Can you imagine having to sit down across from that face and
I know,
negotiate?
man.
imagine.
Indeed.
Vladimir, have you heard of Paul Fahrenheit? Who is Paul Fahrenheit? Vladimir, what is your mind? Who is Paul Fahrenheit?
Look at what Paul Fahrenheit. Look at this stupid shit that he's posted on Twitter.
Vladimir, what is your mind?
Hey, look, you know, Paul Fahrenheit take plus 2 weeks equals vindicated. All right.
No,
That's all I'm going to say.
Oh my god.
I love this AA energy.
Oh,
I gotta
dear,
say
dear.
this. Maybe I'm gonna alienate some of my fans, but AA has really been one of the most vindicated men on the dissident right this year. Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
why do everyone on
Yeah.
Twitter
I-
is
Oh
so
no, of course
You're gonna have
he's
your-
vindicated. Of course he's vindicated.
I mean,
Semi extreme with D.
Centrism was an admittance.
Mr. D just bent the knee on the negrification thesis. So I don't think
I
don't think he can
only bent the
argue
knee.
back on this.
Listen, Boomer, I only bent the knee because I wanted him to shut up. The only way you can get him to shut up is to just say, yeah, you're right. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Did you see that video of the girl rapper that said, like, what's it called? Laying on your dick? Like,
Laying on your dick.
laying on your dick.
Oh, please.
I smoke cap. Like, that's, I thought, like, Baron Avola and AA are right. Like, that's right about everything. No, I'm kidding. Well, maybe not.
Did you see the enormous woman in the Gatorade advert? The enormous woman doing like a headstand.
The headstand, yeah.
I just saw your tweet about it.
I posted a possible banger tweet, but that she should replace the Statue of Liberty. But
to counter this thesis and to avoid consensus from reaching, because that seems to be my appointed goal, is to avoid any sort of consensus. When I was driving through Virginia earlier today, and I drove by 2 gas stations, and one gas station, it was this old Ford pickup truck. I couldn't tell you the model. But there were two black gentlemen walking out of this gas station with orange baseball caps and like Carhartt camouflage jumpsuits, looking like my uncle going hunting. And then about approximately like 400 feet later at another gas station, I saw the exact same scene repeat almost entirely. So, you know, I don't necessarily know about this thesis that is getting bandied about. You know, it's quite possible that the What's up?
I said they're called archons. It's the glowies are the Gnostic glowies are throwing archons in your view to distract
I have
you.
no idea what the fuck you're talking about, Gio. I'm
Don't
sorry.
worry about it.
It's thrones and principalities, youngling.
Do not research. Do not research. But
I think
Don't have to tell me twice.
I think we've hit bingo with Gio here.
Yeah, let's see. Reference Moldbug, yes. Obscure wrestling references. Oh, by the way, last time I saw a fat person do a headstand, it was Akibono versus Brock Lesnar in the Nippon Budokan. Akibono did an amazing headstand DDT. But yeah, that's what that Gatorade ad reminded me of. So
I forgot you were AA's partner in pro wrestling fandom.
Oh yeah. That's another highlight. We did like 3 hours on pro wrestling.
Yeah.
On A's.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
I have to say, and by the way, we've never met before. Hello.
Hello,
Stephen.
Radlib. Yeah, I mean, I think we
Radlib.
communicated on Twitter, but not,
Right. Yeah. Anyway, I have to say, after one of AA's, I think it was a written essay. I forget. I don't know if it was verbal or written, but he was basically drawing all these lessons from wrestling and applying it to like politics and stuff. And I was like, okay, I'm starting to pay attention. And here's why, Gio, because AA is not the first in my life to be into pro wrestling, first intellectual. In fact, he's not the first Shakespearean scholar who knows Austrian economics that I am personal friends with that was into wrestling.
Man.
That was Paul Cantor. If you've ever heard
my
that
God.
name.
We read the Paul Cantor essay. You knew Paul Cantor? Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was that was brilliant, truly brilliant.
So Paul Cantor into pro wrestling, David Gordon into pro wrestling, Paul Gottfried into pro wrestling. Then I meet Academic Agent years later. So wow.
It's true. Like, unfortunately, pro wrestling like has been subverted by people with pronouns in the bio and Redditors, but it truly is the most reactionary entertainment medium in the world.
Once Roman Reigns came in, it was all over.
Yeah. Well, Kenny Omega, but yeah, it was Roman Reigns before.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Well, for those who weren't familiar with the bingo reference, Geo is so well known with his references and his beliefs that he's got a giant Geo bingo. So every time we have a weekly show, we can do this.
There's no Votnik on there, though. None.
Yeah, there should. Well, yeah, I should be like Hill
needs-
Pootler on there. Yeah.
Somebody needs to do a random generator for a bunch.
There you go.
Need a few more ideas.
You need a few more.
Wait, what? Now, what counts as e-girl? Getting the e-girl square is that you use the word e-girl or you reference an e-girl.
Both, all of the above.
Okay. All the above.
Like when he was in the chat on the Millennial Review stream about Gifts Ungiven.
Oh yeah, she's but she's an exception because Gifts is my waifu for lifu, so it's.
I'm sorry. What? Your waifu something?
For lifu.
Waifu for lifu?
All right.
Normally, you're like in a 6 foot by 8 foot enclosure with bunk beds that are bolted to the floor and a stainless steel toilet without a lid to get one of those, you know.
Sounds like you speak from experience.
Geo,
easy now.
Geo, actually, I am a big fan of Gifts Ungiven. Her work.
Yeah,
and
I'll
so
tell
I
her.
was actually quite thrilled that she knows. And I was quite thrilled that she was going to be on Woes.
Oh, yeah.
I just started her episode. I need to finish it because I was really quite engaged. Because I don't know if you know, but one of the things I did while I was in London for that UK event, Geo, is I actually stayed with Millennial Woes.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah, so got a chance to chat with him and everything. And he is an arts guy, you know, which I didn't fully like. I kind of knew it, but I didn't really know it, you know. And so him and her talking actually in some ways is like one of the best fits, I think.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
People were pissed that I didn't talk a lot with what was about my artwork or my, you know, art writing, but I felt like I wanted to talk about Woes. Obviously I wanted to trip down memory lane because I feel like we've had like a similar sort of disposition, and I feel like that was needed because, you know, we both knew Adam Wallace and we both sort of came up in like similar circumstances. So I really enjoyed it, and you know, I'm trying to catch up.
I talk words about art.
Yeah, I know, D, but it's maybe me and you. I have D. Listen, we have to do a content-minded episode, but I want it to be original every time. I want it to be original. So we have to think of something.
But I'm postmodern. I don't believe in originality. You know?
True.
Society of the spectacle, bro.
Yeah.
We could talk about Francis Bacon. You like him, don't you?
There you go. Yeah, I did. I actually did a long one. I reviewed Bacon's. I reviewed Deleuze's book on Francis Bacon with my friend Sam. But we could all, definitely do something like that.
I mean, I'm one step removed from Bacon. I know some of Bacon's old friends. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, this is exciting me now. I have a semi-chub right now.
That's
so like
Dero.
All of you guys, all of you guys. I mean, we all have to go into business for each other, you know, together. Maybe this is shameless grifting. You know what? I should stop. This is shameless grifting. Let's go on with the predictions. Sorry, Prude. I'm mogging you with my.
It wouldn't be a stream with you, Geo, without it. So
this is like I feel like I'm back in like the FTR days. I feel like you're trying to tell like Prude, just start talking to me about classical liberalism. Then I'll fully feel like I'm talking to Lev again. So,
well, then I'd have to start doing some really hardcore ethno-narcissism. Then it'd really be FTR all over.
As opposed to what? Turbo America? As opposed to what?
Yeah, I know. But we'll start from the bottom. Radlib, do you see any major economic predictions that you have forecasted for 2023?
Well, first, I just want to amplify my co-host's one of my co-hosts' boastings. Black Horse is with me every other week doing what we call Econ Minis, where we do more sort of current economic affairs. And he highlighted some of the things that we totally got right in 2022, like our analysis of Russia completely avoiding the effects of the Western sanctions. Well, not completely avoiding, but basically not being crushed by the Western sanctions as President Biden and others suggested was happening, and several other things. So I feel pretty good about that, and I think part of what Black Horse and I do that is got us quietly building up a good track record is that we. Well, I can't speak for him on this, but personally, I am absolutely disgusted by fear mongering. And it's something that's very big in YouTube circles and even in political circles. And I just hate it. I think it's manipulative to, do this chicken little end of the world thing. And so we do talk about things that concern us, like we talked about Europe getting hit by high energy prices this winter. But we do not say things like everyone in Europe is going to freeze to death this winter, because that's absurd, and we didn't think that was going to happen. So I feel like by being a little bit restrained, and of course just having a good sense of economics and the sense of what's going on in the world, we've been able to do a pretty good job in that regard. Having said that, having said all that, that's sort of our 2022 track record. I'm not sure I have anything exciting to say on that front economically. 2023, I would just say that kind of along the lines of what Prudentialist was saying about 2022 being a year that we started really connecting up in person and organizing. I am going into 2023 with a lot of optimism in regards to us. I feel a sense of, winning, I guess, and a real positive energy going into the year. So I don't know what that will mean. I mean, who knows? Maybe January 2nd, the regime arrests us all. But and I'm wrong. But my sense is that we have good things ahead, and I feel like there's a good combination of positive energy and connecting with each other, and also having learned some lessons about sort of stupid things you should avoid doing, like not being a fad in various ways. I think we got all those lessons burned into us over the 2010s, right? And so I think we're a little older, wiser, smarter, but we haven't given up, right? So that's my prediction, is that good things are coming for us.
I saw Christine Lagarde of the ECB today say two different things. She said that she wants to curb wage growth to sort of hamper down on inflation, and that she expects a recession to come this year in 2023, but it will be light and not as bad, and will recover very soon. And so I'm just thinking to myself,
It's a kindler, gentler recession, right? But she actually used the word recession, right?
She
because
did. She did.
One of the things we highlighted on the show is that it was the non-recession, right? They would not call it a recession. They literally changed the definition of recession. This new Orwellian thing they do, hopefully you guys have seen this pattern, where they will go to the online dictionaries and actually change the definition because of some current political thing going on. It's got to be one of the weirdest, creepiest things that I've seen develop. Has this been going on for a long time? I noticed it in 2022.
The Google searches. It's very
creepy. They've done it. They've done it with women. They've done it with race. The racism. Yeah. They did it with the word vaccine as well these last 2 years.
Vaccine. That's right.
And they were doing it with Wikipedia articles before that, when cultural Marxism went from being a well-described topic to suddenly being a conspiracy theory.
Conspiracy theory, and probably an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
Oh yes, indeed it was. Yes.
Oh yes. Right. Of course.
I mean, I have problems with that term for different reasons, but because I'm a theory cell. But But changing the article is the information vectors that I think Wikipedia is trying to manipulate. That is, to me, the most scariest when it comes to future generations, because it literally will be like the year zero mindset of the regime to be like, well, no, the actual definition of a word is what we say it is. And that people think it can't happen. But when you do have a monopoly, like as opposed to the early internet, where there was a plethora of search engines and islands that you could go to, that's all been erased right now. Wikipedia has consciously erased a lot of the archives from Web 1.1. And I truly believe it was the burning of the Library of Alexandria that, but that's like, because I'm an internet weirdo, talks all this crap about, internet, online beings and all that. But yeah, Radlib, that's a great point. It's got to be here
Hey.
for Sim Leaf Waves.
Geo, just
Oh, geez.
trivia that you might enjoy. This is my second round of being an internet person. In my first round, back before I had 8 children, I wrote articles for LouRockwell.com.
Oh my
ever heard of
god!
that?
Oh
Yeah.
my god! Really?
And one of them, which you can still find and you might enjoy, is called "Burning the Library of Alexandria Again."
I have to find that. You have to send this to me. You have to.
Yeah,
send it
I'll
to
send
me.
it to you. It's very much along the lines of what you just said. So
Yeah.
it's short. It's short. I think you'll enjoy.
Oh, another thing I forgot when me and Prude did the Digital Archipelago. Now that he's here, speaking of the early internet, shout out to Skeptical Waves in the chat right here, because you did a voiceover for the Humdog essay,
Indeed.
Pandora's Vox. So
Yeah.
very thank you. Also shout out to my good friend, my other waifu for Laifu, but she's like a big sister to me. Default friend for turning me on to Humdog. And she also privately sent me the collected works of Humdog. So
Okay, Gio, you can solve a mystery that AA and others of us have been
okay
puzzling over. Why is default friend of value? Like AA says,
what?
I read her stuff and there's no there. There's just nothing in it.
Badge.
Oh my god! People are vicious. I mean, okay, I think that her mission is kind of similar to what I do, although I am doing something different. But her mission is more of an archivist of very influential moments within internet history, and that's why default is of value. And I feel like, but she has to team up with someone to really do it, like me, for instance.
She's got titties.
Well, that too.
Okay,
so
okay, I see. So she don't look to her for penetrating elite theory political insight or something like that.
That's not her role, bro.
But you're saying that's to miss what she does, which is she kind of tells the story of the internet.
She tells a story, but also I believe that she has a pretty good take on the pulse of like future trends, given the information that the sort of weird and obscure conglomerations of information from the early and middle internet that she managed to glean from. But other than that, no, you will not find a totalizing elite theory in default friend. That's not her role.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's helpful. No, I mean, the quote I always love to use, Milan Kundera, right? The struggle of liberty against power or whatever is the struggle of remembering against forgetting. So she's a rememberer, and that is valuable.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Radlib, because I think you'll appreciate. You don't mind me calling you Radlib, right?
That I'm very commonly called that in internet circles. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, because I always I don't know what to. Sometimes I want to offend people, But there's one thing. Many moons, not many moons ago. I feel like I'm an old man now that I turned 30. This is something that my grad advisor. Sorry, Semi. I had a name for Semi, but I feel like I shouldn't say it.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Has someone ever called you? I'm not gonna say. I'm not, because I love Semigog. I'm Semigog's strongest soldier.
No, you built it up. You built it up. You made your bed laying that shit. You say it.
Has someone ever called you like Semi-Agoy or Semi-Asoy or like Soy-Miagog?
I endlessly get precisely those sort of pathetic blubberings. Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Semi-Semitic, Goy-Gog. Yeah, all.
Goy-Gog.
Listen, lads, I hate to break up this trenchant bit of.
Don't you dare say that you're fucking leaving. You are the old Muppet.
No, I've got to.
With me.
No, fine, I'll stay. But I'm just saying that for some of us, I mean, for some people, it's dangerously close to midnight, and so we've got to.
Yeah.
I'm going to open
1 minute, indeed.
I'm going to. Well, it's less than 1 minute, according to this cesium clock that I have here.
No, of course.
I don't have 30 seconds for the East Coast.
I am going to open this bottle of Bollinger at midnight. And being the expert that I am not going to break anything, but the cork isn't going to go flying. champagne isn't going to spill. It's all going to be wonderful. This champagne
Well, then
is
it's
far
not
too.
fun.
It's far too expensive to spill. Okay.
What's the point of spending a couple $1,000s on a bottle of champagne if you don't just
It's
spray
not
it
a couple-
everywhere?
No, it's not a color. Okay.
It's New Year's.
Happy
Hey,
New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
acquaintance be forgot. All right, here we go.
All right.
To all you
Cheers.
fucking East Coast
Time to
people.
send 1,000 texts.
Cheers, everyone.
It's
another
Nice on the
hour
East
for
Coast.
me.
All right, here we
Another hour
go.
for like half of us.
Hey.
Hey.
Nice.
That was totally
sound.
just a fucking recording he played.
Hey.
No, I don't believe it.
Oh man.
This is where you have to pour the drink on your glass and pour the mic.
That'll just be RC Cola.
Well, that's what I'm having is a root beer since I can't drink.
Olé. Root beer. Right on, man.
So I tip my fez to the new year. So there you go
Nice.
for many more.
Powerful.
But what was I saying? I was saying to Radlib, I said, my professor who was my grad supervisor many years ago said this to me. He said, Geo, do you want to be a historian of ideas or do you want to create concepts? And I said, I want to do both. And hopefully schizo posting on the internet has afforded me that to do both. So there you go.
Nice.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Exactly.
I'm going to slip away. Where I actually am is where we are every New Year's Eve, which is at the church that my father founded. We come and we play. In recent years, we play board games, and then we pray in the new year at midnight, which is still an hour away for us. And my wife has gone home with 3 of the children, including the 7-year-old twins, and I'm here with the other 5. And a friend of theirs. So I thought I'd slip away for a half an hour, which is allowed because we're here it starts at like 6. So we're here for 5 or 6 hours. So sometimes I literally like take a nap in the middle,
Wow.
because I'm getting old. But yeah, but one of the downsides I have to say is that I don't think they ever do alcohol at this. And I actually like having a cocktail or something like that. But I don't do it. I never do it on New Year's Eve because of this. But it's great fun anyway. And we
Do you have
played
your
a-
regular
played a fun
Christian
game.
beverage, Radlib, where you have coffee?
I actually I stopped drinking caffeine almost 40 years ago. Prudentialist.
Oh God.
I remember you had mentioned
Man.
caffeine as
So
the
it's-
Christian beverage at the U.S. event, and that always stuck
Yeah,
with me.
So is it?
Yeah,
That's Mormon pilled right there. Oh my God.
So it's vodka then, Radlib?
Right.
No, it's
Yeah, no, what-
Monster Zero Ultras for Radlib.
What happened actually, Mr. D, is that it turns out that a caffeine has a certain effect on the body, which isn't so great when you are a long distance runner. So when I was 14 and was running cross country, I found that my consumption of caffeine was resulting in me needing to go to the bathroom in the middle of races. And so
Yeah,
I
yes,
stopped.
it is a moderately
Diuretic.
effective
Diuretic,
diuretic. Being an alkaloid, and it also has some cardiac effects, although it's debatable whether they're.
I wasn't worried about that. It was literally just the diuretic effect. So once I got off it, I just never went back, unless you count the caffeine in chocolate. I love chocolate.
Oh,
But I don't drink caffeine drinks, soda or coffee or anything like
Hero,
that. My
hero,
wife,
yeah.
my wife, on the other hand, is an espresso bigot.
base.
She doesn't.
Have-
She does not like. She does not like American coffee.
Have you ever
I like
tried?
any
She
sort
likes
of coffee.
espresso.
Have you ever
Any
tried
coffee. Oh.
Postum, Radlib? It's
Oh.
a Utah solution.
Say it again. What?
Postum,
Postum.
Postum, and you know what? I'm going to tell you the truth. I heard about it from Mormons, but I actually like it. It's good.
Oh,
What is
Is
it?
that chicory?
It's a-
What is it?
is it malted? It's a malted.
It is some
that-
kind of malt something. It's
It's
a
some
fake,
kind of malt with
it's
chicory
fake
in it.
Mormon coffee. Yeah,
Yeah, with
that has
chicory
no
in it.
Yeah,
caffeine
that's
and no
good.
coffee.
But chicory's horrible. I mean, chicory is what you drink if you don't have coffee. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Wait.
the whole-
But does it give you, Oliver? Does it give you the? You
No,
know,
nothing. Absolutely not. That's
No.
why
Oh, okay.
Mormons
Postum is
It's
a
just
powdered
a flavor.
roasted grain beverage known as a popular coffee substitute. The caffeine-free beverage was created by the Post cereal company founder C.W. Post in 1895 and marketed as a healthier alternative to coffee. Post was a student of John Harvey Kellogg, who believed that caffeine was unhealthy. The Post cereal company was eventually acquired General Foods and then merged with Kraft Foods in 1990s. The instant drink mix was developed in 1912, replacing the original brewed beverage. Postum is made from roasted wheat bran and molasses. And it is considered especially popular with the members of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, you should try it, Radlib. At least try it once. It's got none of the offending things in it.
It's no good, Mr. D. You don't approve.
Drink Tang. Tang is base.
Actually, it would. Could you see Radlib making Tang every morning?
Space drink.
Yeah,
it was fun. It was fun when Mr. D brought up Tang because literally it like teleported me back for a moment to when I was 9 years old or something.
Well, I'll tell you what I used to do is I would occasionally, when in America, get Tang and put a spoon or two of it in like San Pellegrino water.
Oh yeah.
And it makes a wonderfully artificial tasting orange fizzy drink.
Wait, so artificial tasting can be a good thing? You're telling me?
Oh, obviously. I mean, I am an aficionado of treasure and trash. So yeah.
I feel like when McDonald's got rid of High C, that was total millennial erasure.
Oh, High C. Oh God, what is High C? Yeah, I mean there are many.
They replaced it with Powerade. That was the beginning of the Great Replacement, right there.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
No wonder that they have big fat black women advertising Gatorade, because I mean Gatorade it's basically like glucose water, with artificial flavoring in it.
I remember at one time, Mr. D, Gatorade was sort of the one thing I knew of along these lines, and now I go to the store and I'm looking for some cold drink, and it's all like energy drinks and vitamin drinks, and it's all supposed to like help you or something. I don't
even give me fucking. I've done so much work for these companies. I could spew about the rationalization for hours, but you don't. Wait.
So did you, Oliver? Were you involved with the what's this new thing that AA was going on about?
Oh no, because I'm
Prime. Were you on the Prime campaign?
No, Oliver's given up evil. He's given up
5 or 6 years free of it all.
Okay. So you missed the Prime era.
Yes, but I've seen I've seen all kinds of other fucking horrible things, man, and researched all the additives that they introduce, the way in which they target things like water to remove it because it's objectionable. The way in which they have to like market against themselves with sub brands, the fact that you got one aisle that just has this sort of rank upon rank of 12 packs and more, that's sort of like the high volume angle versus all the varieties of supposedly artisanal, it's not even a fucking word, and craft beverages and all of this bullshit, the actual amount of money that they really pump through their syrup division going to the fountains at the restaurants. It's all one giant horrific beast, man.
So Oliver, how did artisan morph into artisanal?
Fuck. I'm not. I will not say that to you.
That was a little trigger.
I used to work in advertising, Semi-God.
I've worked advertising and branding and communications for a long time. Yeah.
Oh my God.
He's a pro.
Holy shit.
we got a pro amidst us.
Yeah,
talk about a belly of the beast, and the beast is dying. Holy crap.
When Semi and Pharaoh first came into the orbit of the academic agent orbit, I sounded the alarm because both of these men have their hands so muddied in these dark arts. I mean, Semi-God is a dangerous man.
No, I left all that evil, but
did it leave you all of that?
No, of course it didn't, because I'm dirty because of it. But Pharaoh is still current with it. And I will say this, having talked on a couple of streams with Pharaoh and heard what he's had to say, is I'm sure you already know, D, and everyone else would guess, he does know his shit. And he's current in it, whereas I'm not. And I did more with, I'm sure he's done plenty with branding. I'm not saying he doesn't know about it, but my deep dive was all on the history of brands and whatnot. But I'm going to stop talking about that.
No. You and Pharaoh and others have convinced me that these, unlike the Ring of Power, these skills of marketing and so forth can be used for good by us.
I want to know a bit of John D. Deep lore. is that when I was working on one of my many useless university degrees, I to augment my meager income at the time, I did some let's just say graphical work for some pharma companies.
I did.
Oh,
I
man.
did branding for Eli Lilly. Yeah, go on.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh
that-
my God.
Wow.
Oh no.
Let's just say I did it for a very, very naughty pharma company.
Oh.
Viagra?
Oh. Yeah, like a Sackler naughty.
Oh, even worse. No, even worse.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think here.
Pfizer.
They're all.
Yeah, Pfizer.
Skeptical. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, there you go.
I'll tell you
Okay.
what, they're the only ones that flew me fucking not business class, but first class out of Japan. I had business class the
Nice.
rest
Wow.
of the way, and
Nice.
like I'm eating
That's a
Kobe
very expensive
beef,
flight.
and I'm like,
Oh.
yeah, man. I mean, they don't have any problems with the budgets, and you know what? You actually
Wow.
don't have to think much at all when they bring in the dumb people who already have a relationship with someone. You just nod. And the dumb people figured that since you didn't like fuck with their grift, they won't fuck with yours. And all you have to do is resolutely not care at all about the product in any way, shape, or form. And it's a sweet road to be on, man. Once you
Amazing.
can get the master agreement with them, that's the work. But once you get it, they just pour work down your gullet, and your eyes glaze over, and you eat really well at the restaurants afterwards.
I have to say, Oliver, flying to Asia is really, 30 minutes after I get off the plane, I'm still vibrating. Having said that, flying over to Asia in first class does help. I have to.
Oh
say.
yes, yeah, absolutely.
It is helpful.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna go so I don't miss the our New Year's Eve here. So pleasure to meet you, Gio, sort of in person
too,
for
my
the first
friend.
time. And talk to y'all later. Bye, Evan. Bye, everybody.
Yeah,
Happy
very
New
nice
Year's,
Happy New Year,
seeing
Red
you.
Oh,
Take
Happy
care,
New
Red
Year's.
Lib. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Well,
Predictions.
Predictions.
yes, we were
Oh,
on
we're
the
still doing
predictions.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
This champagne is really good, by the way.
Well, thank God for that.
Isn't it always?
It is. Well, but Bollinger is very. It's got quite a yeasty character to it. I would say more so than, some of the sort of Moët or any of the typical brands. So yeah.
Well,
Bolly.
Semigog, do you have any predictions for 2023?
Yeah, shit's gonna get worse.
Well, there we go.
Hey man,
There we go.
Low-hanging fruit.
This time
That's all. That's millennial 2022 right there.
I'm just avoiding further crow eating, So I figured that one is fucking safe, right?
Once bitten, twice shy.
Progress being what it is, I should say.
Aura's Post, I don't really like port. That's one of the few. I mean, I will drink, of course, good port, and it's indispensable in cooking. But sitting down to port, which is of course a classical British thing to do. Now I don't really fancy it.
Did I tell you about my sherry thing, D, as an option? Because my problem is once I start drinking it, I'll want to drink more. I don't want to get all fucked up on port because that's just a sloppy business. Yeah. And I wouldn't want to switch after that intense flavor, to something like a whiskey or a vodka or something. Because yes, well, but man, the lighter. My flamenco buddies got me into it. There's manzanilla from Barameda San Luca.
Yeah.
So you've got like Amontillado and this stuff that's darker, and then slowly by degrees you get fino and the manzanilla is, man, you can drink manzanilla all night, my friend.
Indeed, you certainly can, and you will regret it terribly the next morning.
Well, I mean, I as much as dark port.
Hard to say. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I feel the same
but
way.
Then, of course,
gin,
then you
honestly.
have the British. Then you could go the pure British route, which is to have a glass of Harvey's Bristol cream on ice with a slice of lemon. Have you ever had Harvey's Bristol cream port? I mean, sherry.
I've had it, but not with a slice of lemon. I've had it on ice, small.
Ice,
I
slice
don't
of
mind
lemon.
it. It's not awful. It's just more.
No,
That's
no.
very much a dessert,
Yeah, I mean, which is why I don't tend to fancy them. I mean, any sort of very sweet.
Same reason you don't like the maple syrup in the whiskey, right?
They don't like maple syrup. No, I mean, although I will make one exception is I love sort of digestifs like chartreuse and Benedictine and things like things of that nature.
Farragoule.
Yeah, I mean, chartreuse is very, very sweet and syrupy, but it's absolutely divine. What's his name? Who's the twink? What's his Scottish? Columba.
He is a few drinks in.
Who's that Scottish twink?
He's forgetting his
Bring him
favorite
to me,
twinks.
I've forgotten my favorite twink. He offered to because he wants to escape Scotland because apparently they're making genital removal mandatory for children. I don't know what they've done there. It's a disgusting place. It's a foul place. Anyway, but he offered to come over and be my professional chimney sweep. So,
it's like listening to Niles and Fraser Crane.
Well, I do have a chimney, so he could do that. What were we talking about? Oh, he was talking about chartreuse.
No, predictions.
No, I want to talk about chartreuse.
Now, wait a minute. Now, chartreuse, I understand, is a color.
I'm dying to hear Paul Fahrenheit's prediction for 2024.
All right, I want to have Paul Fahrenheit talk about chartreuse. Come on.
So actually, Mr. D, I am a bartender, or at least I was.
I know. That's
before my previous. Chartreuse is an all right liqueur. It's not my favorite personally. I never really used it. The one I really used was Grand Marnier. That was the one I really liked using.
Grand Marnier is I mean, wonderful. It's not,
it is nice.
And certainly again an indispensable ingredient if you're doing any sort of French dessert.
Very much so.
Yep.
But my favorite drinks to make were always mules. I always loved making mules. Didn't matter what it was, didn't matter what I was throwing in it. I just liked making them for some reason. But
do you do them in the copper in the unlined copper mugs?
Some places do them that way.
Moscow Mule, yeah.
The place I worked at did them in mason jars. So we had
cool.
but there was one, someone could probably look this up, but actually I don't really care. There's one drink we did called I'm not going to say what it was called, but it was like a mezcal mule, and I liked how we did it. It was just just a little bit of mezcal, or reposado tequila. I would always I like to put in the reposado tequila.
Was the name the word back following the word wet? I was just guessing, I'm like, damn, now he made me want to know.
Wait a minute.
No, it was just some marketing name. I can't say it because some people could probably find the bar I used to work
society at. Homosexual. Who are your audience? Who are these people?
No, but all right. But no, we would throw in a reposado tequila, and then we would top it off, ginger beer and all that, and you would top it off with a half ounce of Chambord. And I really like that. I really like that because especially if you did it properly and you poured the Chambord properly, it kind of seeped over the ice cubes. And this has prevented me from giving my prediction because now Mr. Dimes is here and I will surrender to him.
So we're invaded by
tequila is just too ethnic for me. Sorry.
Good Lord, T. Enjoy your beverages. Tequila's great.
And also, someone has mentioned violet liqueur in your chat, and that is absolutely true. One of my favorite cocktails is the Aviation and Creme de Violette in gin. It's a wonderful cocktail. Anyway, sorry.
For our third Canadian for tonight is Dimes of the Wonderful Blood Satellite podcast. And he chatted on here saying he had to come on because there's another ad man on the panel, which is Semiagog. So Dimes, welcome. If you don't mind telling us your highlights of 2022, and then you can go into the admin stuff.
Oh, first of all, I heard this is where the handsome guys were hanging out tonight. I didn't know anything about ads. And then I get greeted with a fancy beverage chat. So I feel like I interrupted some shit right now. To answer your question, the highlights of 2022 just generally or within this thing of ours?
Both.
Both. Let's do both. Both is good.
You really put me on the spot here. Okay. because I don't want to pick the obvious ones. I don't want to say Kanye West, and I don't even think Ukraine exists. How about that? How about let's start with that?
Absolutely based opinions. Keep them coming. Let's go. Let's go. More. I need some more. Come on. Let's go.
Okay, like I've been saying. Okay, big news of the year to me: learning that Keith Woods and Morgoth are the same guy.
That's true.
Paul Fahrenheit writing down notes for his Twitter.
Look, I steal all of my content. This isn't like exactly unknown. Go ahead, keep going, Dimes. Keep going.
I was gonna say, do you know how many of your posts, Paul, have come across my desk and everyone's like, "Look at this shit." I'm like, this might be genius though, because I think you've met with some big-brained people behind the scenes to get people talking. You got people chattering about. You got me chattering. Me, Dimes. I don't chatter, but you got me chattering. So whatever you're doing, keep it up.
There's more than one belly of the beast to spend your time in. And the fellow denizens of the belly of the beast that I was in wore stars on their uniforms. So that's all I'm gonna say.
I'm trying to. Okay, someone help me unpack that. So this is that like an Israel thing?
No, it was a rank thing.
Okay.
What?
That was
It was
Oh
an
my
allusion to the schizo opinions I was exposed to working in the intelligence
Dimes, I
world.
can't picture Morgoth in a turtleneck. I'm sorry.
I think I was too hard on turtlenecks. And I tell you what I did. I really stepped in it this year because I had an opinion about scarves. I made some comment about how scarves, you got, what was it? You have 2 years where wearing a scarf is acceptable. I had dozens of people jumping down my throat. Scarf defenders. Didn't know there were so many lurking in the shadows.
I wear a scarf sometimes.
Oh, here we go. Here it is. It all comes out now.
The issue is how you tie the fucking scarf.
That's the most important part.
The most important thing is not to like make yourself someone who can be turned off immediately if someone just grabs it. There's a particular way it actually looks rather sharp where you simply fold the scarf in half, wrap it around, and slip the part through the wrap part, right? But that just turns into a noose if anybody wants to grab you. So yeah.
Hey, I see that as an absolute win.
Yeah.
Real dark prude hours.
But you have to watch your scarf, man.
Posting memes.
No gentleman can be taken seriously if he's literally wearing a kill me necktie, right? Like you have to. A man should be prepared. Yes.
Well, I was going to say. So I was going to mention this because
Geo, that's a clip on.
Because Geo, when I said scarves, what I was imagining was a Jeff Martin Tea Party type guy.
Yeah,
where the scarves are like flowing, billowing scarves, not like a warm scarf. And so, but I was forced to, like when I was on Millennial, I was forced to double down on an opinion I didn't really hold. Like when I said, we should kill all musicians. And they're like, no. And I said, well, I was joking, but also now, how about that? So
that's true.
I've been nailed to a cross of my own irony.
I feel
this
that
year.
way about guitarists, especially electric guitarists. Like I get it; it's a fucking brilliant instrument. It's absolutely stunning. But basically, just like if it's not flamenco, or maybe if I'm in a good mood, classical guitar. If the person actually has rhythm, which is like challenge to find a great classical guitarist who also has really good rhythm. Impossible.
So if I wanted to die, Semi-Agog, I would walk up to you with my guitar and say,
hell no. But allow me to make the most important point, which is simply that the guitarist, it's not simply that the guitarist should just fuck off because we're all tired of it. Like same thing about the piano. Like piano, better than guitar, but still too common, that horrible hammering sound. You got to take the D pill and go with something that plucks the strings rather than beating on them like I can't say that word on YouTube. But you need something that plucks the string. So what I'm going to say is it should be like a violin, or it should be a banjo.
That's what I play.
Or a hammered dulcimer or something like,
melodica.
The guitar needs to fuck off, man.
The melodica needs a comeback.
What opinion is this? My God.
It's the correct one.
There's a lot of good ideas floating around. That's all I'm hearing.
Absolutely. So you don't have to kill all musicians, right? I mean,
see, this is what we like when we were spitballing and brainstorming. Yeah, and so you drill down into a point like Mr. Semi-Agog just did. This is how I get to the good stuff. Now, he's an ad man like me, so he knows what it's like to sit in a brainstorming session. So we had a lot of good ideas. Now we have a great idea.
Add a 0 and call it ideation.
Oh, no. So you're deep into it. Did you ever say the word learnings?
I've talked about learnings in the past on some of my streams and my hatred for those who say it. Yes. Takeaways, a longitudinal study, learnings. Well, we don't want to make them drink out of a fire hose, which, yeah.
It's so bad. And
Yes,
honestly,
but
like, because I'm still in it too. So I go into work on Tuesday and I'm still dealing with this. And it's like you have to put on a different skin suit to exist around there because it gets normalized. So I say things to people and they chuckle and chortle, but I'm like, oh no, it's not funny to me because that's the life I live. But yeah, hearing people you respect say learnings.
You have to be very, very careful with how you speak. You're probably you must be much more careful than I am since you're still in it. But towards the end, where it really didn't matter as much, it was more like a few freelance jobs here. You're picking them up, but you don't have to work all the time. So I'm doing a project and it's for Honeywell, and I'm working through another company. I remember the client wasn't there, so it wasn't like a big thing, but it's after an ideation session and we're all sitting around the board capturing the notes because we're going to review them. And I'm like, you know what? It's fucking sharing economy. You know what? I'm going to tell you what it is. It's fucking communism. That's what sharing economy means, because they've been talking about Verbo and Airbnb and everything. And there's this quiet in the meeting room, and one person looked at another, and I realized, my time was coming. Yeah, you have to be very careful about what you say.
You raised an interesting point there. And one thing I wanted to point out to people is that everything you hate about the marketing industry, the ad industry, love the language and all that stuff. And what you gave was a great example. It's exactly the same in the startup field. And I, for a couple of years, worked very, very closely with startup companies. I worked at a startup incubator for a while. And so I dealt with them very, very intimately. And it's the same sort of shit all the way down. It's the same assholes. It's every conference is this. Every angel investor is getting into a room. It's this. It's inescapable. And
what's crazy is the way the lingo comes in waves, and how the point at which you're far enough upstream from the distribution of the messaging that you're seeing it hit the professional class before it enters into the discourse that they're charged with creating. And so, for example, like sharing economy, which is the one that was going at the
sharing
time.
Economy, holy
shit. and I'm sure you see them, whatever they are now. I mean, there's got to be a lot about equity. There's got to be a lot about green shit. When I was just leaving, the one was disruptive. So that's like 20.
I still use that word and I feel embarrassed by it because I still kind of like it just as a word to use, but I feel filthy when I use it in conversation.
Yeah, well, just remind yourself as you use it who first introduced it.
Dimes, when you mentioned the word startup incubator, I just thought about that like dystopian baby incubator factory, but everything that pops out is the same Silicon Valley shit lib that wants to make $1 million.
It is, dude. Like,
and honestly, Sam Bankman-Fried just rows of them.
Yeah, just the fake embryo opens up and just Sam Bankman-Fried and Caroline Ellison's walking around.
After their sessions of Pin the Weasel, that's how they get the genetic material.
Gio, he never goes all the way. He leaves it to you to do that in your mind.
That's very true. Advertising is very interesting, though. It's like that speech by Zizek about, the morality goes into the marketing now, and so on and so forth. And
it goes into and so on and so on.
But it's true, though. I feel like the lingo, like you have to pay attention to this shit. Like the lingo in advertising, and I guess the world that you gents are acquainted with, that eventually will percolate to public consciousness. And I mean, there might be a delay in terms of like organic content that comes about from like academia and so forth, but there's always going to be
that's from the same fucking source.
Yeah, exactly.
And Gio, here's an interesting thing for you, because I know you're big into elite theory and stuff, and I am really interested in the phenomenon of course, you have your elites, but then you have this subclass that's like between the managerial class and the
PMC,
elites, who want to be elites and who are in. And this is kind of what you see with tech companies. You have, no matter what the tech is, the enthusiastic adopters, the first ones through the door. And I don't know what percentage of the population it is, but it's enough to like just shepherd in whatever bullshit is at the top. Like they just want to. There's people who want to talk like ad people. That's what's fascinating to me.
Yeah.
I completely hate to interrupt this, but apparently coming on the stream forced me to miss one of the best games between two of my most hated teams, because apparently Georgia came back and beat Ohio State 42-41. And I completely missed it, and that's
Ohio
okay.
takes another L.
Yeah,
and
nothing
at 11.
and nothing of value was lost. No, actually, I hate both teams anyway. I just had to wrap up that plot point from earlier in the stream.
But anyways, we didn't do predictions. My God,
That's because of D and his fucking chartreuse.
who should go? Paul Fahrenheit maybe should go.
Yeah, I probably should get around to giving my prediction. I didn't get my highlights either. I'll get my highlights out of the way. And I'll do.
Oh yeah, that too.
My highlights of 2022 was going from a nothing nobody with 12 followers and like 2 people who read his Substack in January to where I am now. That's my highlight of 22. Like, you know, all
it's kind of like a humble brag, though. I think.
No, I know it's a humble brag, but it's like at the same time, it's also an expression.
No, it's not. That's just a brag.
No, it's absolutely insane.
I can relate to that. I did a whole thread today on Twitter bragging about
nothing against a brag.
Look, you know, it's absolutely insane to me that this happened, and the people on this stream all had a hand in making it happen, and the people watching me all had a hand in making it happen, and you know,
you pissed off enough people to get it happening.
No, I just don't even.
You aggressively went up.
No, it's just completely it's completely obscene to me. Like, and I'm struggling for words right now because it's like I just wish that of the 13 million words in the English language, I could string together enough of them to express how completely grateful I am for everyone who's helped me get to this point. And it's inconceivable for me to be where I am now, like a year prior, and that's my biggest highlight of 22 was just the fact that y'all made this into a thing, and I really do appreciate it.
You went from a guy I didn't know about that until I heard about the potential drama of the U.S. event to going on Millennial in 1 year. So congratulations.
Yeah, man. No, I really do appreciate, and I don't feel worthy of it. That's why I'm making a comment of it. I just don't feel worthy of it. But my prediction, I suppose, for 23 is not actually civil war. My prediction is things are actually going to normalize somewhat. Political discourse is going to calm down a frequent amount, and we're going to get a little bit of stabilization. Real estate market's going to start trending downward. People are going to start, at least some will start being able to buy houses again, which will calm things. And I don't want to say we're going to go into an era of good feelings, but right wing's winning the culture war. We've actually already won the culture war. And that's going to be like I'm going to call it a false recovery or a false correction. And that's going to be the name of the game for the next couple of years. Is it's going to be like a sort of semblance of return to normalcy. And the problems we have are going to kind of get swept under the rug. And then it's all just going to explode again late in the decade and coming into the 2030s. So that's my general prediction for 23. It's going to be the start of a long sort of return to like a semblance of what the early aughts were.
That's the silliest thing
I don't know.
No, I like his optimism, though. I actually do admire the optimism because sometimes I get pinned for being a bit too romantic, but I'm confident in the abilities of the people that I've met on this scene. I might not be I think certain things might normalize, but I think there is a trend in certain, larger tectonic shifts that are probably going to either get worse or continue on their path. I mean, but when it comes,
you said you agree with them, but everything's going to get worse.
I think for our scene, like when it comes to like the culture war, I think that's largely correct. I just think the culture war is probably less of a significant arena than we like to think. Like we're still the people who are obsessed about getting back on Twitter. So like I think the biggest thing that stands our way sometimes is ourselves. And I actually don't think a lot of us on the right have a plan for if and when we were to win. I think that's we have this sort of defeatist mentality, but there's larger things going on in the world beyond like the culture. And like I said, I think here's a prediction in the next few years, at least I think the tranny thing is really going to recede just because it's become unmanageable. So I'm thinking ahead, like what happens when that happens, when the transgender issue does start to recede, and then they start revisionist history about how no one was in favor of it. Like, I'm trying to think of how we head our enemies off at the past and try and rewrite what they did.
Dime,
well, at midnight
The great
California time,
acting
at
of-
No,
midnight,
it's too powerful, I feel, as an Ergogor. It's too powerful in terms of the people that are subjected to it. They are really the perfect foot soldiers of the regime. I mean, if you lurk any of their accounts, like today, for example, one of these, I would call Brahmin caste identity people, redacted their own father and tried to redact.
I saw that, yeah.
And there are people that with pronouns in the bio celebrating. So I feel like maybe it's a sign of weakness, but I wouldn't want to misjudge them as having a huge cultural downward shift. I feel like if anything, conservatard TM is going to overplay their hand by focusing on a very specific narrow corridor, and they're going to do what they do all the time, which they'll blow up an issue into like Bill O'Reilly spectacle, and the seriousness of it will get washed under, and then the leftist media will then go on the back end and say, well, these conservatards, they're worried about nothing.
Yeah. Oh, here's a prediction for AGO. As the Democrats begin, liquidating all the transgender individuals, you will see the Republicans and conservatives pick them up like, wait, I thought we were doing this. Like, just last of the party. They're going to be the last ones holding the transgender hot potato as everyone's like moved on to the next thing.
Well, as I was saying a moment ago, the California at midnight California time, they will have passed. I can't remember the name of the resolution, but it makes California
thing.
Yeah, it makes California a sanctuary state for children, for insane, generally mothers, to take their children to be genitally mutilated and chemically castrated. So I don't think this is over. It's not going to be over because there's too many people who won't give it up for ideological reasons, and there's also too much money involved with it. I mean, I don't think there is a culture war. I think it's a war.
Yes.
There is. You can't separate out one issue from another issue. I mean, I know AA in his discussion with Woes talked about abortion as if it was just an issue. It's just they overplayed their hand on abortion. Well, I understand. I mean, yes, I understand how that played out, and of course, we have generation after generation of mostly females who are completely indoctrinated to the idea that erasing and murdering their child on a whim is some sort of foundational aspect
right.
of a human right or a woman's right, even worse. But I don't think you can separate any of these things out because they're all fronts on a large spiritual, ontological, civilizational war.
Yeah,
and I will throw in one last piece to say, take it to church. To D, which is that, like, you guys are younger and know, well, I don't know about Dime, so forgive me. But most of you are younger than me, probably every single one of you. Though D's pretty close to me in age. And I will say this isn't any kind of, I'm older than you posturing. This is just an actual presence of data simply because I've had my eyes open for longer. And I'm not saying that I observe things any better than anybody here. I'm just saying the simple fact I was around, there is a pace to this, and it has increased. And the tempo with which the changes are happening has increased radically. Yes. And that and the sort of exponential way in which it has speeded up over the course of my life continues. And so, yeah, I can be the eater of crow. It's entirely possible and often likely that I'm reading some things wrong. But as a general impression, and I think Dee would back me up on this, you guys simply haven't seen enough breadth of it. And again, I know you've read about it. I know you know about it. I'm not judging. But there's something about having been there and seen how they just keep hammering deeper and harder and faster at the foundations of everything. And so in that respect, I'd be inclined to say the idea that it's going to level out or something. Did you just see the thing about the breathalyzer tests to be installed in automobiles by 2026? Which means the only way I can imagine them working is that you have to make that happen in order to start your vehicle. And I can't see how they would do that without it being attached to some kind of network because of the necessities.
Well, the network was already planned.
Indeed.
Yeah, and the network is already mandated. I mean, there are future mandates that will eventually make it that you can't sell a vehicle without a device which can
capture whatever is emitted by you on an exhalation. Though
Well,
we'll just talk
the
about
thing,
the pretext of that.
Also track your every movement very accurately. And the one thing that they've been pushing for, a quote by law enforcement, is the ability to remotely stop any vehicle at all. So they say, it will prevent police chases. Well, it will prevent.
And the things that you don't even like think about or hear about. My whole time growing up was the big thing about how they were going to institute a national identification different from a passport, and it would be national identification papers, and that you never wanted the government to have that power. You know, a national ID. It's like a federal gun registry or something, right?
Alex Jones has been talking about this for like 20 years.
Forever. But you know what? Everybody just stopped talking about it, and anybody can take their driver's license out and see if it has a little star on it.
Yeah, and that was passed right after 9/11, and it took them nearly 20 years to implement it. But I do want to chime in here is that the thing about this whole breathalyzer stuff, not just the network for control or the vehicles so they can stop it, because I already read from a Facebook post on a Tesla group earlier, like 2 years ago.
Daily medical scan.
How they were going to do that. They can just activate the autopilot in Tesla cars, and they can just have those cars just park themselves to be repoed if they don't pay. And I imagine that will be the future of EVs going forward. But the thing about the culture war in general is that Scott Wiener SB 107 that made California a trans sanctuary state. I mean, the Jeff Younger case here in Texas, the Texas Supreme Court just wiped their hands of it and basically told the rest of the country California's trans sanctuary law has legal precedent over the rest of the country's.
It's literally the trans no state.
Yeah.
And so, he has no appeal. He has no appeal.
People
saying, "Oh, you can take it to the Supreme Court." You can't on that type of
because the state has to take it up under the 11th Amendment. Because that's the only way that states can go to the Supreme Court against one another. And what makes matters worse is that we're going to see this accelerate. I get whiplash from thinking 2015 in Obergefell v. Hodges to today. That's insane. I can't think about it in the grander scale by the nature of only being.
Oh man, you Americans are so cute. Here in Canada, the state.
Oh, no, y'all are all. Dude, you're fucked. They're just gonna kill you.
I just want to chime in really quickly and just clarify a couple of points. I don't want to be misunderstood, but I just want to say on the transgender, I don't want to get in trouble here. On the transgender issue, one of the reasons I thought there might be pushback eventually is just because it is too grotesque and involving children. However, that's merely one node in a larger war. So I liked what you said, Mr. D, about how this is a real war. And we saw this with COVID and why I got frustrated with some individuals early on who were predicting, oh, COVID's over. And I said, no, COVID was just this one battle in a larger war. And the way I phrased it was they got 10% of what they wanted. And then the next time this happens, look at 20% what they want. But we know that's kind of what you guys have been talking about the entire time, the larger goal. And so with the transgender thing, I'm thinking, okay, I think the transgender individuals will be too grotesque for people. However, the larger conversation about child consent will remain, and they will forward that conversation by saying it's kind of like getting people to think past the sale or over promising, like, okay, we're not going to do that. Let's do something reasonable. Now we can all agree a 12-year-old should make sexual decisions, though, right? As long as it's not crazy. Like this is the story of Republicans. So that's why I was thinking. In a small way, the transgender thing will start to go away. However, that will be in service of these other conquests that are happening that will never go away.
Yeah, the mechanism behind it will be transferred to something else.
Dave.
Yeah.
And also, Semigog, I wanted to, because as an ad man, there's one thing that I think is interesting when we talk about the culture war, and I think is something people here might agree on, because I know you guys pretty well. Not intimately, but the idea of, I think in our scene, people think there's an awareness problem, and there's not. Like in terms of an ad campaign, a lot of stuff we do is awareness based, but it's not really persuasive. So when we talk about, getting people to think the next step, it's like everyone's aware that we're living in a dystopia. And I think a lot of the people that I admire on our side are the ones who are trying to think what the next step is. The next step, like, okay, everyone gets that we live in a shitty situation. What's the next thing? And that's kind of what I was trying to get at before. Although I essentially agree with everything everyone was saying too.
Well, this is the thing that I've noticed. This is that I don't know who posted it on Telegram, but someone had noticed that millennials are like one of the first generations that, as they get older, they still stay liberal. You know that old
Can
adage.
I talk about that actually?
And let me get this take out, but yes. And I've noticed that the real accelerator, where they've just put a lead-lined brick on the gas pedal and really have gone, it has been, of course, always towards children. It's always been that case. But if you can eliminate any sort of political and now very physical, sexual, mental maturity with hormones and whatnot, you literally have created the most perfect dependent eunuch slave class, because these are going to be the converted upholders of the civic religion of the state. They're going to be constantly dependent on the latest bits of healthcare products to keep them alive, because these people don't know what the long-term effects of hormones are going to be. They know this. They don't know about cancer. They don't know about all the effects on the organs, bone density, etc. And all of a sudden, you have people that need the state, need this religion to live. And so I think what you're saying, though, Dimes, is you're probably right. It's going to pull back a little bit, because it's going to be in exchange for something else, maybe a universalized healthcare system here in America, something that's going to push more totalizing.
Good luck with that, boys.
And let me just say one thing. One thing we're going to cover on the show in the next little while is I'm reading this book that I'm sure a lot of you, I think Gio, you might have read this, but I was talking with Chris Sandbach about this. The book Seeing Like a State.
My chat, by the way, on Telegram.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great chat. Good people, some of the best are in there. But I know Mr. D and Semigog, this kind of the tone that you were just going with. Like, if you look at this power centralization by the state and with tracking people, you realize, oh, this has gone back to the 1400s. Like, this is literally just the latest step in a long, long progression of not only issuing rules and edicts, but also quite literally changing the character of a nation. Like, you see these plans that various states and monarchies do, like it wipes away entire cultures and amalgamates them, and you lose all these different folkways. And it's happened time and time again. And it's like, well, why wouldn't this be that, right?
What did you have in mind in the 1400s? I'm sorry. What did you mean when you were saying specifically this goes back to the 1400s?
Oh, it goes back to like how, for example, they were starting to redraw the maps. So
central planning, in other words.
Yeah, central planning of like the streets. So essentially, you have these old ancient cities that were kind of grew up organically from the people, and then at some point, the state decides. There's a couple of reasons they do this, but one is that it's too complicated, it's too hard to understand. None of these streets make sense. We want to kind of wipe the slate.
And why'd you pick the 1400s? Just out of curiosity.
That was just referenced in the book. I think it might. What was the?
Yeah,
Gio, please get your point in.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, but he goes back, like George C. Scott goes back to ancient times, because he's essentially reverberating Agamben that says that biopower is much more ancient. But my point about the conservative thing is that I feel like the typical like Marxoids that pretend to be like Marxists, but really they're just rad libs. They're like, oh, well, it's economic conditions, and that's why people don't vote conservative, equating like conservatism with like Reaganite neoliberalism. But also, like, culturally, it's not a W if you're of older age, and like you said, Prude, people are like, millennials are terminally like the boomerang Arrested Development generation that they think is a culture victory. But there was also one of these like pronouns in the bio people that had a great point that I think is maybe a bit too spicy to realize the full implications of. But this person essentially said that different generations to the Gen Xers, different populations of the Gen Xers were basically decimated or barred from voting in the 80s and 90s. You had like the Salaforum's disease, you had the Clinton crime bill. So you had like these whole swaths of population. And of course, this person was saying that was a bad thing. But basically, you had this reprieve in America where all of these demographics were essentially barred from voting for various reasons. Whether that was right or wrong, I'm not making any moral judgment, of course. I'm just saying objectively. So millennials don't have that. And especially Zoomers do not have that. Zoomers are the most culturally, racially, religiously ambiguous generation ever. And so their voting patterns are abysmal. The whole recent midterm thing of like that hideous goblin in Texas, you know, the one, Prude, the woman celebrating, right? So millennials don't have that. Millennials have economic pressures and various other demographic pressures, which translated into like shithead Bernie bros and other like, you know, people that were like the remnants of Occupy Wall Street, thinking they could vote their way into glorious luxury space communism. So but now more of those people, as they grew up and they voted for Trump, their hopes were squandered on the back end of that as well. So by recent happenings on the political right. So it's very interesting to look at demographics and human populations as influencing voting patterns as well. Now, I don't know if that thesis is correct. I don't think that there was like a mass like incarceration / die-off of people in America at that time that could have voted for the Democrats. I don't know if that's true or not. It was basically just some liberal, like leftoid saying this, but there could be some validity to that. There could be the sort of pressure cooker that is demographics in North America influencing like millennials not wanting to adopt more explicitly conservative or right-wing policies. I don't know. That could be a factor. But I'm just rambling on right now.
Well, I was talking about this in a VC with a few others with Morgoth and a couple others. I was reading this book that it was recommended by one of Charles Haywood's reviews, and it's written by two shitlib professors that only have one child between the two, but it was called Empty Planet, The Shock of Global Population Decline. And this came out in 2019, so before all the current discussions and theories about what the last 2.5 years have really been about. And their discussion is that we have seen through three main factors, major global population TFR drop-offs below replacement rate. And he says widespread urbanization, where they become literally spandrels like Hugh Schroeder, where you just don't have children, and you have to rely on mass immigration. Secondly was the absolute death of religion and secularization. There's no animating factor that implies social pressures for duty.
New atheism was the crack cocaine crisis of the spirit for millennials. Sorry.
I wholeheartedly agree. And then the third one that he talked about was that because society diversifies, and these are all shitlib progressives, but they're kind of bringing out the base reasons to why it's the case, is that because there's a lower trust society, there's a less pressure selection to have children. And their argument is that this is going to happen all around the world, and that they think that the bigger numbers that the UN has projected by 2100 are actually going to hit sooner, and then we're going to hit like 11 billion by the mid-century, and then we're never going to see that number again.
And this is essentially what Dutton says too, Edward. Dutton. Like he's big on just the reintroduction of what he calls harsh Darwinian conditions.
Yeah, and I mean, we're already seeing it here in the United States. Indian Bronson, for whatever people might think about him, he had been doing the research and the data and pointed out that the age that young girls in the United States, by a mix of shit diets, but also our shitty health system here in America, they're entering puberty and way earlier than ever before. And it's always been historically correlated with a significant decrease, not only in quality of life, but expected lifespan. But back to this book, their point that they were talking about was, well, really the only solution for this is to like encourage massive amounts of immigration in order to do so. But then the real conflict that they think is going to happen in the future is, well, if every country is going to experience this total TFR death, you're going to be literally fighting over literally just bodies that you can pack into your country in order to maintain whatever quality of life or economic engine that you have going. And I really do think that the immigration question and this population decline question is going to be something that we see in the discourse in the coming decade, because I think that everyone knows that the writing's on the wall. And but the problem is that the people that advocate for solutions for it, right, are usually right wingers that want the stock populations to live.
Well, Prue, that's an interesting thing you just brought up, because when we're talking hypotheticals and projections in the future, people will often disagree about economics and disagree about this or that. But I'm like, does anybody realistically see the immigration going down or the mass migration going down or reversing? Like, as optimistic as I want to be, I'm like, I don't see a pathway to that ever happening.
In Canada, no way, never gonna happen unless, no.
I don't see it happening in America either. Like every discussion that I've seen throughout my entire lifetime, there's always been some discussion about another amnesty package, another Dreamers bill, another way to extend DACA. And I lived in El Paso, and like DACA was like the second coming of Christ to these people, that this was their way to stay in the country. And I had people that would show up to my high school campus to talk about DACA, and I would do the math, and it's like, wow, this only applies to a very small number of people, but everyone treats it as gospel truth. And yet, with the millions of people that have come in, it's not focused on, the word invasion has become so stigmatized, right, for obvious racial reasons. But it's not going to stop. And as much as I cannot stand the Marxoid that is Tinkszorg, I really don't understand why I don't know why that person gets as much attention as they do. It irks the shit out of me. But a point that person had made was like, a lot of this is just cost of running a massive economic engine empire type deal in the 21st century. And
true.
I don't think I have any disagreement with that take, because the elites in Washington know that the more low trust a society is, the more control you can leverage it from a federal level. And I just think that that's going to be the nature of the game, because everything else that we see going on right now between the breathalyzer stuff, the last 2 years has been practice run for everything else they want to do. So I'm just thinking to myself, like, what a great way to have this malleable, low trust society in every urban center in America, where, it'll be like, eventually America will get to a point where if some major international sporting event happens, we're going to look like Paris, like we saw with the World Cup. So I just think that we're going to see some really crazy shit happen in the next couple of decades.
You're making me want to die. Can't we talk about something cheerful?
Hey,
we got 6 minutes.
Mr. D, you've got the white pillar in chief here, all right? Paul Positivity Fahrenheit.
No.
All right.
This is a Canadian chat. Now it's Paul Celsius.
All right. Look, fellas,
He's
we're all
filled with
out here. We're all out here sitting here, building up these behemoths of fanged noumena in our minds, of all of these sort of, the federal government is going to impose at gunpoint all of these restrictions, and the United States is going to become, and the world is even going to further extend into this dystopic hell society. Fellas, I worked in the federal government.
I want to believe.
Crude mugs, Paul.
I can tell you all right now that the federal government is the least powerful institution in the United States.
Oh my God! You can't keep making bad takes.
I can, and I'm continuing to do so because I'm and you guys just don't understand how multipolar this world is. I didn't realize this until I started working in supply chain. When I started working in supply chain, I realized that quite literally everything depends on everything. And if one thing goes, everything goes. All right. The entire fact that we have such a complex computer driven economy is just because we can source our sand and our lithium and our cobalt and all of our other various rare earth metals from 1,000 different places on Earth.
I can get you sand.
You need a very specific, super special, awesome kind of sand to melt down and put. I don't know what the fuck they do with it. They turn it into chips. All right. You need that to make chips. We're already in a massive chip crisis, right? Massive chip crisis. Supply chain crisis means less manufacturing. Less manufacturing means you no longer have the means to manufacture, means you go analog. Right? That means you can't produce jack shit. All right. When I was supporting various DoD installations, I worked, when I was doing defense contracting a couple of months ago. The number one amount of problems we had were hardware issues. All right. And that's just simply because, and half the time we just didn't have the chips to fix them. Right. And this isn't like just in the defense sector. This is everywhere. This is everywhere, fellas. Like all of this, like super special, awesome control and like societal manipulation and things like that. Number one, it depends on a massive availability of computer chips, which is just kind of going the way of the dodo bird, at least for a couple of years, because
doesn't it argue for reindustrialization?
What do you mean by real? Doesn't it?
We don't make chips. We don't make chips in the West.
Mr. Semi-Agog, what do you mean by reindustrialization? Like, what do you mean by that inquiry?
The same kind of thing. Same thing about the need to manufacture more artillery shells.
Oh well, okay.
It's something that we're probably hopefully we'll talk to Prudentialist about in the future under the rubric of deglobalization. Prude has been very, very patient with me in that respect, and I thank him. I've been screwing up on scheduling that, but the point being that we've seen that. For example, there are, at least arguably, this is all unrestricted warfare, as mentioned, as Dee was talking about. So we don't know the truth of any particular thing very well, or often we don't. And so we're not sure about what reporting that's coming out of the war is reliable or not. Some things are more reliable than others. Right. But however, we do have reports that suggest to us that there are issues with like standard high levels of industrial production of necessary elements for conducting modern warfare, like crap cans full of artillery shells. And while we still have the ability to produce that kind of stuff, or cruise missiles or whatever it is at different rates, much of our native industrial capacity has been reduced. And we're seeing a situation where it's literally a matter of life and death to restore it. So given that that's the case, I ask you, when you say, we're seeing these different things begin to fall apart, and I don't think you're wrong about that. I mean, I myself have heard a lot about how, there's a long ass fucking waiting list. If somebody blows a transformer, right? You're fucked. So I think what you're saying there is true, obviously, but to me that would suggest that there's simply no other direction to go than to see a degree of native industrial production return, which is kind of ironic given Trump's angle. And you should, I hope, Paul, be able to see how that would fit in with sort of the theme of deglobalization. As it moves away from one integrated system, you have the necessity for a number of independent zones, particularly related to maintaining secrecy around your own special weapons programs and things, right, that are associated with given territories.
Okay, I'm going to cut it off.
Yeah, because I was saying, I think, Paul, that's like the old Glory Clubs thing, right? Like that's kind of something. Have I heard you guys talk about that? Or
No, it's Happy New Year again.
Look, Prude's about to end the stream. All I can say, and I'll say this:
no, let's go for another hour.
The Texas Triangle between San Antonio, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston produces the number 2 amount of heavy machinery on the planet. Number 1 is the entire country of Germany. Germany is about to hit the shitter. It's about to cease to be an industrial economy entirely.
Whoa!
Yeah.
And who's responsible for that?
Russia for cutting off gas, and Germany for cutting off its own fucking energy supply. Look, and all these German companies, they're all already moving to the southeast. Hold on, I gotta spin a narrative.
Before you start Vatnik posting, let Paul finish.
Sorry.
You're all good, man. Look, BMW has opened up several manufacturing plants in South Carolina, Alabama. There's plans to open one up in Mississippi, all right? All of these large machining firms are coming to the United States, right? Globalization, as we called it in the 1990s, they should have just called it Southeast Asiaization, because that's the only real places that we really put our capital in, right? We didn't really.
You weren't alive in the 90s.
I don't
great yellow wave of investment.
And we're pulling all of our capital out of that, and it's all coming back here. All right. Look, I mean, one of the upsides to the fact that we're going to see a complete and total. Here's another thing, another factoid here too, right? The United States no longer has the naval capacity to patrol the world's sea lanes the way we did back in previous years. If we wanted to, we would be mass producing destroyers, right? Because that's what you need to patrol global sea lanes. Instead, we're building 6 Gerald Ford class aircraft carriers, which are great for absolutely fucking destroying nations, but are not great for patrolling sea lanes, simply because you put all of your eggs in one basket. All right. So if you see a collapse in international sort of U.S. Navy patrolling the sea lanes and U.S. Air Force patrolling the sea lanes, you see an increase in piracy. You see an increase in piracy. More than anything, you see a decrease in trade traffic, simply because no insurance company will insure any shipping crates going through a super highly pirated lane, which means increase in shipping costs. Increase in shipping costs means everything gets more expensive, because how do things get to places?
Right. Again, wouldn't this argue for reindustrialization?
Well, that's a policy point. That's a policy point here, and that's what the U.S. is currently undergoing, right? I'm just telling y'all what just the general effects are going to be. Right. I'm telling y'all that this whole world that we're sitting at, that has enabled this level of control over our lives, is just going to fall apart. It's going to fall apart because it was tenuous to begin with. Right.
So you're not arguing that it's like going to get better. You're saying it's going to get worse is kind of what you're getting at.
No, I'm saying that we need to take the good with the bad here. All right. I'm saying that the season of Fortnite is going to change, and we're going to have different effects on our general day-to-day lives, and we're going to have a different set of rules to deal with, because we're going to be shifting into a different game. All right.
Dear God, that's the most Zoomer way to analyze this.
I tell you,
he had to bring us Fortnite, didn't he?
I never played it.
All right,
gents.
Skeptical Waves is trying to leave.
Waves.
I'll let him leave.
Don't let him leave.
Happy New Year, everybody, and enjoy the next hour till the next time zone.
Happy New
Waves.
Year.
Take care, and very happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. Skeptical Waves goodbye, more like it.
He actually does that when he's signing out.
I want to, Mr. Prudentialist. I know you're hosting, but I want to answer Mr. Dimes' question first. And Mr. Dimes,
it was probably a really reductive question too. Like, I was just trying to.
It's a good question
because you seem like you might have some ideas. As long as we're talking predictions, if we're talking about like systems falling down, like, do you have? And I guess I'll just let you answer. Sorry.
Well, so you know why I'm super fucking optimistic, right? Whenever a massive paradigm shift like this occurs, and we've got a whole population of super high IQ, socially upstanding, generally Christian young men who have all sorts of great prospects and general great understandings of the world. Whenever you see a massive paradigm shift, yeah, I'm steel manning the dissident right. That's what I'm doing. Whenever you see a massive paradigm shift like this occur, and you have like a whole bunch of people like us ready to kind of just get plugged in to kind of go crazy on this, all of a sudden we can re-hijack the ship with all the chaos happening. Because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. People talk about these people that rule over us. And, I understand thinking like a state and all that, but the problem is being at the position of the table of the game of power at the state gives you certain conceptual blind spots. And those conceptual blind spots lead to a sort of decrease in what should I say, competence. And so with this decrease in competence combined with a massive fucking geopolitical and economic restructuring the world over, given the fact that trade lanes will not be patrolled, computer trip driven things will just become more and more spotty. All of this stuff is contributing. Yeah, we'll go analog for a little bit, but it's so much opportunity. There's so much opportunity. We could just go out and win, guys.
If I might interrupt you, just to summarize, I am curious. With that in mind, there's a lot of young people listening, a lot of young men, and just Mr. Semigog. I'm in my 30s, but for like the younger guys, I'm at an age where I can say, I look at a guy like Prudentialist. I said this to my wife, if you can believe. I said, talking about him, I'm like, he's a very smart young man. Those words came out of my mouth. That's how you know you're old. But for the young men out there, Mr. Fahrenheit. Yeah. So, Mr. Fahrenheit, out for young men, like, what would you said there's a lot of opportunity. What would you recommend to the young men out there?
I would recommend the following. Go into one of three career fields, all right? Go into finance, go into logistics, go into petroleum and energy production. Go into those three career fields, all right? Maximize your ability. Learn how to code, learn how to use ChatGPT, learn how to create data-driven sort of presentations. Basically, the entire future hinges upon our ability to do this. ChatGPT has completely revolutionized everything in ways that cannot even begin to be discussed.
Can anybody go over to ChatGPT and ask it what its walking gun is? And if it comes back as fucking oh my god, I didn't even mean to do this. If it comes back as Prudent's walking gun, then I'll believe you. Otherwise, ChatGPT fails. Can anybody in the chat go ask it what the best walking gun is? Because I guarantee you it's not going to be as smart as Prude.
Well, being a wise old man, my suggestion for younger men is absolutely the opposite. I think everyone should take up robes and wander into the wilderness.
I agree.
These are all good ideas, by the way. I like what I'm hearing from everybody.
Not mutually exclusive.
That sounds like fucking participation trophy shit. There can be only one.
Let me.
I don't know. Let me instantiate some black pills.
Before you do that, I want to
look. I think as long as we have fun, everybody's a winner. Call me crazy.
Well, that's the first rule of gun safety. So I mean, you have to abide by it. It's to have fun. But
have fun.
Paul, the point that you had made though about this is that I think that this kind of plays into the theory I've had about sort of the USG and foreign policy. Is that man? Oh man, the USG has no concept of time preference. To wherein, we have all these like decade or like century.
Academic agent seems kind of right about that.
We're not going to. I have the mute button. I have the talking gun. But most importantly is that the policy, my theory of the USG is that in this great wave of the quote unquote unipolar moment that Charles Krauthammer wrote about in 1990 was this like flash in the pan sort of orgasmic moment for the United States in terms of foreign policy. And they are now enjoying the petite mort, and they're kind of realizing, oh shit, we have to catch up with the rest of the world.
Did
And
Fruit just say petite mort?
Yes,
Le
I did.
petite
And so
mort,
in this
yeah.
little death of the American Empire, Happy New
I
Year.
taught him that, by the way, because
no.
I was reading Lacan one. No,
I
I'm
love how the man who's never, telling me about the.
I should have said petite mort.
Petite
Lacan said the author of the following.
Gentlemen, if you would allow Mr. Prudentialist to get his point out, please.
Yeah, I'd like to do that
sorry.
on my own stream. The thing is though that in the midst of this post-orgasmic moment, the United States is realizing that they went to bed with a 10 and they woke up with a 2. And in this moment, they're desperately trying to catch up. So in the midst of taking advantage of their desire to sort of destabilize and do what it wants to do to Russia, it has created a cavalcade of events that it can catch up with. For instance, what has the war in the Ukraine done besides utterly tank semiconductor production and manufacturing? Why? Because the two companies that produce roughly 60% of the world's semiconductor-grade neon happen to be situated in Ukraine, while at the same time also throwing Europe into sort of this economic dark age with regards to energy, but also it being tied desperately to the United States, because we know anytime that the US catches a cold, the rest of the world manages to suffer. We can refer back to the Euro crisis for this.
As it should be.
The Yaki is still with you. However,
well, listen, I know that one power is claiming to fight global Satanism in the world, and it's not America. So I don't know.
Well, before we get to that, my point is that in this midst of creating its chaos, what does it get to do? It gets to take advantage and play catch up. So you're talking about all these issues regarding the supply chains, logistics, energy production. This is why we've seen a greater connection with the Taiwanese semiconductor manufacturing company, that they want to move 1 to Japan and 2 open up a plant in Arizona. We just had the USA CHIPS Act to help reinvest companies here in the United States. They're literally pulling MAGA, but from the left, which is kind of funny. While at the same time,
I love Biden.
China's ass to the curb with regards to semiconductor manufacturing, while at the same time already exploring with the Department of Interior with this administration about rare earth mineral mining, because China still controls 80% of the world's REEs in that regard for military production. While at the same time, Secretary Blinken had just announced a couple of days ago that they cannot supply at 2 fronts at the same time, with Russia and Ukraine and Taiwan and China. So they're kind of having to pit both. So at the same time, they're kind of waging an economic war to sort of hurriedly, as fast as they can, cover the distance from, say, 1992 to 2022, although now 2023. And I just think that what you're getting into, Paul, is true. I just think that it validates a lot of that the U.S. will think one way, and then it kind of looks at the geopolitical consequences and goes, oh, shit, we gotta course correct really quick. That's what Obama's pivot to Asia was really about, was trying to find a way to contain China in the midst of 20-plus years of this WTO, first world trading partner status, and the great global sucking sound of American manufacturing to the global south. And I think that we are going to see an era of deglobalization. Even the Foreign Affairs, Council of Foreign Relations people are talking about it. And when those fuckers are talking about it, that's when you know that things are getting a little more serious on the regime.
Now, Prude, if I could ask you a question. Now, you had mentioned very interestingly about Obama and Asia, and I just had this might sound like a very, very dumb question, but I was wondering how much of these decisions are, in fact, tied to whoever the president is, meaning whether it's Obama or Bush or whoever, would these moves be being done regardless of whoever's the president at the time, or is it really tied to their decisions?
It's not as much tied to their decisions as it is what options are available to them. I mean, Bush's strategy towards China is vastly different than, say, a much more aggressive Obama foreign policy of increased freedom of navigation operations, increased attempts to get things like the Trans-Pacific Partnership up and running, trying to make the Association of Southeast Asian Nations a little less dependent on like Chinese Navy and stuff like that. But I mean, it does vary from administration to administration. It also really depends on who you staff it with. So, I mean, there were not a lot of Bush guys left over when Obama took office from the State Department. And I mean, that was Hillary's, place of torture and pain until she fell on the knife for Benghazi and things like that. But I mean, the thing that I see coming towards in the future is it's going to be a much more stratified in places where it's going to be cold but semi-hot conflict areas. Yeah. My prediction for the 2020s going forward has been there needs to be a really serious re-examination of the American Monroe Doctrine, because when then Secretary of State John Kerry under the Obama administration more or less said, the Monroe Doctrine's history, don't really give a shit about that. And in the past 20 years, who has been one of the largest single investors in South America, particularly the Lithium Triangle, which faces the Pacific.
Oh man.
And it's China. So, Chile,
No, but that's
Argentina.
what I was gonna say.
Yeah, and so they've been investing in an area to combat, to get access to rare earth minerals, lithium, things that they need, while at the same time investing. And they even got Uruguay, one of the few countries on God's green earth that recognizes the independent sovereignty of Taiwan, and they about-faced in the wake of Chinese pressure and investment. And so I really think that we're going to see South America be a really big global hotspot for potential conflicts between great powers, because as more leftist leaders emerge that are more nationalist leaning, like AMLO and others, they don't want anything to do with the Organization of American States. They really are more focused on CELAC, the Community of Latin American Caribbean States, or something like that.
Well, you want to worry, and this again might be a very, what's the opposite of a galaxy? Whatever the size of that is, brained take. But I was wondering, like, do the American institutions kind of feel like they know how to control Latin America uprisings and leftist leaders?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they just murder them.
We don't have total control of the consequences of it, but I mean, we've got a pretty dedicated history of fucking around.
Yeah, but what if Ukraine happens in our backyard instead of Russia's? So I think Prude's point is worth considering.
Well, that's the scary thing.
What country could that potentially happen?
Well, I don't know.
What country could it potentially not happen?
The Bolivia 2.0's type idea, who knows? But I mean, the thing that's really scary, this is the interesting thing, is that in the latest, and I covered this in one of my streams of 2022, and I also did it with Radlib, was that one of the things that the latest talks between China and CELAC was discussing was telecommunications infrastructure, autonomous vehicles, and this includes UAVs, and the sharing of intelligence for counter-narcotics and counter-terror operations. Now, the moment that you get sort of the Chinese military institutions closer and closer to the back door of the United States, the literal servant's entrance, right, the rear end, coming up from the south, things are going to get really interesting the next couple of decades. So I think that's going to be a real interesting sticking point, that the next American president, whoever that may be, or it, or she, or whatever, the great acting of the next president, we're definitely going to see some interesting bits there. That's why I find the fentanyl debacle here in America important. I do think that's being used very obviously as a weapon of war against the one stock part of the country that actually fights the wars, which are quite people.
You missed an important thing, of course, is that you also need to, in the short term, keep the supply lines open between South America and Ukraine, because there's a very important commodity that Zelensky cannot do without.
Colombian marching powder.
The other thing, Prude, you mentioned semiconductor neon. I don't know that this is necessarily related, but it shows again the kind of, let's just say, short-sightedness of some decisions in the United States government. So in the 1930s and 40s, Germany was very interested in producing dirigibles, which were airships. Most people think of the von Hindenburg, but there were many others of these. And so primarily for that reason, the United States government tried to monopolize the production and storage of helium gas, which is gain element. And basically the US stockpiled an enormous quantity of helium. And the thing is, helium is not particularly prevalent on Earth. It's product of radioactive decay generally, and it's light. And so when it comes out of the Earth, which is where it forms again through these radioactive decay chains, it goes out into space and floats away. It doesn't stay in the atmosphere because it's too light. So the US government said, well, to prevent Germany from easily producing these airships, we're going to try to get all the helium, And so they stockpiled this enormous amount of it. And of course, Germany was forced to use the only other lighter than air gas, which was hydrogen, which had its own consequences. But so
don't just jump over those consequences. Explain how.
Well, the problem, of course, with hydrogen is that hydrogen it's not actually flammable in itself, but it will propagate an explosive front. And of course, if people want to look into this again, I assume everyone knows the Hindenburg story, but if you're not familiar with it, I mean, it's an enormous airship which had an accident. Now, of course, there are many
happened to have an accident with a lot of cameras pointed at it.
It had an accident with a lot of
presentation about this in elementary school, so I know a thing or two about the Hindenburg.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the thing is, there's a lot of theories about what actually happened with it, whether it was sabotage, which it may have been. There's a whole, I think, fairly credible theory about that. But of course, the thing is that the airship was filled with giant bladders of hydrogen, which of course is a disaster if certain conditions are met. In other words, if it meets flame or a source of ignition. There's zany things like, oh, it was the entire skin of it was painted with thermite. No, it wasn't painted with thermite. It's ridiculous. But anyway, so of course, as a consequence, after World War II, the US government had this enormous stockpile of helium, and they had it for years. I mean, decades and decades and decades. And so they decided at a certain point, I can't remember, this may have been the 80s or the 90s, they decided, we need to get rid of this. We need to get rid of a lot of this because we don't need it anymore. It's been decades. There's no reason to sit on it. So they started selling it off at a laughably low price, to the point where suddenly you could go into Walmart and buy a tank of helium for less than $20 and fill up party balloons like that. The 80s, 90s were the golden age of the helium filled party balloon.
It was, yeah.
Because it was so much cheaper than it should have been, of course, because as I said, helium is relatively rare on Earth.
The reason that I had all those helium balloons around as a kid was because of a Hindenburg stockpile.
Yes,
another fucking psyop.
Yeah, weirdly enough, it was because the U.S. government stockpiled.
You're telling me my birthdays are psyops,
and then decided to dump it. But the problem, of course, is that then come the late 90s and the early 2000s. Well, wait a minute. There's an amazing new use for helium, which of course is to cool enormously powerful semiconducting magnets, which are used in MRIs, which are used in the Large Hadron Collider, which are used in all sorts of things. Suddenly now, helium is extraordinarily useful and valuable for scientific and military and medical purposes. So the US government had just basically squandered its entire most of its stockpiled helium.
Yeah, there was an article from NBC, October 22 of 2022. Global helium shortage for liquid helium. Listen, if we have a helium shortage and you're telling me that folks at CERN can't change this reality again, that's an absolute win in my book.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. We need to dismantle the Hadron Collider, in my opinion.
Sean Veland has said lasers. Yeah, of course, as well. It was a ridiculously stupid thing to do, but a very U.S. government thing to do. And of course, yeah, I mean, now there's, now when you use helium in a university in a research, capacity, you actually have to account for it, and you have to recover a significant portion of it, and it's usually sent back into a system and it's used again.
Except I'm going to say that this is doubtless a fucking example of somebody lining their pockets with it. I would imagine that if a really good investigative journalist, if such a thing exists,
they all die. That's the problem.
Actually went and looked into it, you'd find out that it was just like sale of uranium to Russia by the United States. I'll bet you if you went and digged into it, you would find out that once again, it was not ineptitude. It was just cunning and malice.
Maybe, but unfortunately, the U.S. government is also suffering from the shortage of helium.
This is the best chat.
I know chat. I love my chat. They're very good.
But
boys and
what
girls.
about the helium
Hey, fellas.
point, though, when it comes to the global American empire?
Well, I mean, helium is very important. I mean,
Oh,
in many aspects. You know,
and
as I
this
said,
is how screwed it gets even more from like ways to get it. So, for instance, the Bureau of Land Management, and this is why like mineral and like land lease laws are so damn important, and that's why like if you study the bar in Texas, there's a whole chunk just about land and mineral rights when you take. But anyways, from about helium, it is. Helium is a non-renewable natural resource that is most commonly recovered from natural gas deposits. Geologic conditions in Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas make the natural gas in these areas some of the most helium-rich in the world. And here's the numbers, with concentrations between 0.3% and 0.27%. And what is it used for? Primarily MRIs, helium neon lasers are used in eye surgery, so that compounds the issues of medical stuff. National defense applications, including rocket engine testing, scientific balloons, surveillance craft, air-to-air missile guidance systems, and more. And it's a safe tracer gas because it's inert to detect gas leaks and things like that. Arc wielding, all sorts of things that you would need for superconductivity, supersonic wind tunnels.
Yeah, very important for
everything that you would need to live in a modern high-tech society.
And it makes your voice very funny if you inhale it.
Yeah, it is a high-pitched discussion.
But don't do it because you can die.
I like the nitrous much better. Yeah, as a lad.
Oh no!
People falling on the ground and drooling outside the pizza parking lot because somebody had stolen. Somebody had stolen a nitrous tank.
I think I'm gonna dip out for the evening. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, gentlemen.
But where are we gonna get our white pills, Paul?
Well, I'll leave you all with this white pill. This final white pill. Like,
white pill.
Don't worry about anything. It is a point of theological fact that God has a divine safety net around existence, and so literally nothing will happen that cannot be recovered from. And literally just have faith in that, and you'll be completely fine. Like, everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to end all right. Get out of your own head, go outside, touch grass. And that's kind of all the recommendations I have for this evening.
Also keep your powder dry.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that too.
Don't forget your walking gun.
Of course. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a very good evening. Have a very happy New Year. And I'm sure I'll speak to all of you very soon.
Bye, Paul.
Have a good evening.
Man.
Happy New Year.
And also, Prude, I wasn't joking. You have the coolest walking gun ever.
Oh, have I only told you, or I sent a video to a series of friends because I went out walking because I saw a shit ton of pig tracks, and anytime I'm out walking around, yes, I do carry a 22 LR revolver.
22 fucking revolver power.
And so yeah, I walk around.
Just
and that's what
22.
I have. I'm down. All I need is a couple of shots to get them to run
22
away.
is perfectly sufficient.
It is perfectly sufficient for me walking around and trying to get something out of the way. I don't purposely. If I'm going out to the deer stand or something, obviously I take something bigger. But yeah, that's the walking gun.
By the way, you know how I know I'm in a different country? Is that when after it turned midnight, I heard people
Bang, bang, bang.
all those firing weapons.
All those natives of Fiji firing their rifles into the air.
By the way, if you do that, make very certain that you fire straight up, because if you don't, those bullets can maintain a ballistic trajectory and actually kill people.
Yeah,
and it happens all the time. All the time.
Even if they're falling. Yeah.
Yep.
What you shouldn't do is that.
Yeah.
But if you are trying to curve the bullet like in Wanted, like that would be the only way to do it.
Or like when they got JFK, they had the curved bullet.
Yeah, you gotta whip the gun around really fast to get that bullet to cut.
Hey, I've seen In the Line of Fire. I know what happened to Kennedy. Clint Eastwood failed to do his job.
Oh, by the way, on the funny voice front, if you really want to be esoteric, rather than helium, get yourself a tank of sulfur hexafluoride.
Oh yeah, I mean that happened. I mean, all my friends have done that.
Well, no, you can get just phone up Aldrich. They'll send you a tank.
I wasn't even able to fucking trick the company I used to work for to send me a nitrous tank. I
then
used to work for a coffee
I think
shop
that's
that had one.
I think
and
that's
like, called them.
regulated in the US.
Yeah, but sulfur hexafluoride.
Sulfur hexafluoride is not regulated. But if people know if you inhale helium, you'll go. Well, if you inhale sulfur hexafluoride, you'll sound like a demon. Like it has the opposite effect on the deep
So
voice.
I'm gonna get a hold of that. So the next time I stream with Turnip or Charlemagne, no one will have any problem.
No one's ever going to mistake
You guys
again.
do sound similar. That's true.
No, they don't. They don't.
No,
Been the
I
running
will say
gag
that,
for 2 years straight.
like a long time ago, when I had for the very first time heard all of them, and I simply wasn't familiar with the younger generation being a wretched, torn down old fuck. I was unable to distinguish them properly. But upon reflection, after the passage of time, they are absolutely like. Telling the difference between their voices is like understanding the difference between the voice of a Congolese, a Nigerian.
You can see in the background there, like there is a long-haired wig on Prude's shelf there, like that. He is turnip seed.
What?
No,
Where?
but I feel like the children of like Moldbug, they're all like they have a similar.
Oh,
vocal
don't
fry.
say that! Don't say
Like,
that! Don't
Prude,
say that! Don't say children of
Charlemagne.
Moldbug. Oh, get that garbage out of here.
Oren McIntyre kind of sounds similar to you guys as well. Like all like
Oren McIntyre is like almost twice my age.
No, but you guys have the same.
Jay's like subtly trying to start beefs here.
Oh, he's the king of it. He's the
Yeah,
king
fuck Yarvin, fuck McIntyre.
There was a guy who was a Telegram poster that told me that all these reaction YouTubers, they all sound the same. I go, what do you mean? I'm not gonna say who, but you could probably guess. Like they all have the same vocal pattern. And then I listened to a stream. I think it was Oren, or was it you and Charlemagne Prude and Oren, or so? Then I'm like, oh my god, I heard it. It was like, there. You know when sheep sound similar but
fucking
different?
Canadians.
I picked a bad day to quit smoking. And sniffing glue like and all that other stuff.
So, like, the thrust of what we're talking about is we should start introducing new types of gases just to mix things up, right? Because I'm claiming nitrous oxides. So that's mine. You can have whatever the one is you're talking about.
You need sulfur
Whatever makes me sound like a demon, I'll take it.
Yeah. By the way, I found some really lame like local news clip of a news anchor inhaling. Hang on, let's.
You're about to find out. So I don't want to do this. So here you go.
This will be fun if I get.
All right, you ready?
I'm a guinea pig in many forms. Ready?
All right, let's
Same way as helium.
All right, he's inhaled it.
Luke, I am your father. Keep talking. I can't believe that just came out of my mouth. Okay.
Yeah, it's amazing. Actually,
I'm sure that's not the first time he said that phrase either.
Whoa!
Oh.
It do be like that.
So, just for the future, when you do that, you got to adjust your tie when you say that.
Adjust your trousers.
I feel like death grind singers should do that instead of having the pitch shifter.
Well, it doesn't last very long, and again, you can actually die, so you really don't want to do it very often.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Well, that tends to be the case for all fun things in life.
That's the funny thing. Like, we used to do nitrous back in the day when we used those little whippet canisters. And the thing is,
whippets, yeah. This is peak Canadian right here.
Yeah. So the idea is that this is why people kill themselves with like helium and the stuff, because your body thinks it's oxygen. So we would do this game where you would like inhale some and then try and just chain them together. And then you're like,
Steve-O did this.
Yeah. Like, I haven't breathed oxygen in 2 minutes. And that's dangerous.
Well, the other problem with sulfur hexafluoride is it's very heavy. So it will settle to the bottom of your lungs. And if you inhale enough of it, it's very difficult to get it out. You actually have to do that to get it out. And if you're generally people who do this sort of thing are drunk or inebriated in some other way. So yeah, not a great idea.
Man.
Well, I tell you what to inhale. Chlorine.
So we got to talk about black pill. Jesus Christ! I'm talking about like how to kill yourself to end the night.
Exactly.
Oh, that's what 2 hours of
Fahrenheit will do to me.
I would just seek Canadian healthcare if that were the case.
Whoa!
Whoa! I love how that's become like
that's the ultimate form of telling someone
KYS. Yeah. Well, the thing I'll tell you, the dark thing about helium is that it's also used by countries that that practice euthanasia. In fact, I remember reading some sort of pamphlet from the Dutch government, which was telling you how to kill yourself with helium, because it's not like
I believe Kevorkian had a machine.
That was on 4chan too. They called it an exit bag. Get some helium, get a plastic bag, put it over your head, you fall asleep.
Because you won't feel like
to take this fucking thing, the stream down.
You won't feel like you're
I'm not going to try and
don't
monetize the
don't do it.
It's okay.
Don't do it. Yeah, I mean Canada, they don't need any ideas.
Oh, that's true.
Geo, is there an animal in your home?
My cat.
Kitty.
Oh, it's a cat. Okay. I keep glancing over
I totally like Geo more now.
Fuck! I hate cats.
Semigog, you a cat guy?
Hey, how can you hate cats, bro?
Because they're gay. Cats are gay. Men that have cats are homosexual and gay.
Never mind.
Oh, so I guess all Egyptian pharaohs were gay?
Yes.
Quite possibly, yes.
Let my people go.
Look at fucking Ramses' nose and tell me he wasn't.
See, really what I wanted to do was just call Egyptians gay. So thank you for participating.
What was we could do an early life check on Ramses II.
Oh boy. Oh.
No, I mean cats are okay, but
we're all Iranians according to Giorgiani. Every pharaoh was Iranian. So
oh god. Don't tell
Nina
Pavarotti, whatever he's called.
Pavarotti.
It's funny that we have to step around using his name when, like, literally he promotes that book and it's right on the cover.
No, but I feel like I would feel bad if like someone was it's like wrestling, you know, you call them by their ring name. You're not gonna, you know what I mean? You're not going to say Paul Levesque.
We call that a stage name.
Exactly.
And I can tell you that because of all the strippers I dated. Yeah.
Oh,
come here, Indigo. Can I borrow
your
Can I borrow your convertible rabbit?
You can't talk to Oliver for more than an hour without.
I mean, okay, Semigog, let me ask you this: Nima does sounds kind of like a stripper's name, though, right?
Oh, actually, you know what? You're fucking Canadian, which means I don't want to admit it, but that's actually a pretty good fucking joke. Nima is a stage name, you know.
What is that?
Everybody. It's a little frog with a Happy New Year hat.
Do you have to paint it with glycerin for it to glisten so?
He's a frog. He glistens already. I want a rain frog with like a glass of champagne. Can you do that for me, Fruit?
I can find one.
All right. I want a New Year's rain frog. Because I've subscribed to a channel called what's it called? Moody. No, what's it called? Mooney. Hang on, I've got to find it. It's like a rain. It's like a really weird Japanese rain frog channel.
Oh, I think I know these type of channels. Yeah,
way further out than I had that I was prepared for.
That was going to be a cooking channel.
Do you remember the Frog guy on Twitter? Remember Prude?
Yeah, although now he's Insect Bra.
Is it? No, but what was the one guy? Was he the one that was like, I fucking hate you guys. I hate doing this. I hate my fans. I'm leaving. Was that the guy?
Yeah, it was Petty Link Cola Stand that used to do Frog of the Day.
No. It was some other guy. It wasn't Petty Link Cola Stand.
Well, he did a Frog of the Day or Frog of the Week.
He did, but the other Insect of the Day. He did Insect.
Oh, yeah. Then it was a different person. But yeah.
See, frogs are as far as I can take it. Like generally, my people are the people of fur. Galaxy comes from Galacteos, you know, the place of milk, the Milky Way, right? The furry mammals and fucking tits, basically. Sorry,
nice.
I don't mean to be vulgar, but the idea of happy titties.
Cheers to that.
Happy titties, furry animals, they're mammals, they're my tribe.
What's ever perky.
The channel is called Frog Pamper Mooney Plus. So there you go.
The main point being forgive me, that I can accept going crossing the street and getting involved in shit you shouldn't, which is frogs, but insects, like a fucking insect bra.
Oh, I know. I hate
the day posting. No.
Wait, I'm curious though. What was it like dating strippers, Semigog?
Yeah.
Semi
It was
Agog,
interesting
all I'm
when
going
you
to
were.
say is that if we go down this conversation, we're going to get some real late night horny posting hours going on.
No, there's
Okay,
not
okay,
gonna
we're
be
all
any
gonna
horny
chat with Geo here. Come on.
I'm going to shut it down basically because the reality is it's all and let me just tell you the truth, man. They don't look like they're naked. When they're naked that much, they look like they're wearing a fucking suit, even though they're totally clothed.
Did D leave because of this conversation?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I hope
You're
he'll come
talking about
back.
women too much.
But basically, he's told me that I have about 5 seconds to finish this. So the main point is that everything that you think you'd like about it, you don't, because all of the things that make a woman taking her clothes off charming are
They're
destroyed.
gone.
And yeah, they're just you won't like it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, I dated a stripper once. I actually worked in a sex store for a minute too, and like everyone's like, "Ooh, is this going to be cool?" It's like, not actually. Kind of sucks and is lame, way more than you would think.
And there's a lot of perverts that
just
go
be
in
the
there.
dregs of society day in and day out at work. I think that'd be a pretty shitty job.
It's like that. Yeah,
damn it, D, come back.
Yeah, I think we've offended him with this woman.
No, it was
we
just
have
me.
offended D with our heterosexuality.
D, I'm sorry. Thank you all, gentlemen, for saying it was we. It was me. D, I apologize. Please come back. If you don't talk about chemistry, I'm going to feel lost and utterly disoriented.
But can we agree this is a pro titty stream, though?
Every stream on the Prudentialist channel.
I'm trying to get him to
Okay,
come
thank
back.
you.
I feel like D
is a
is
tits
kind
man
of like
channel.
Schopenhauer, where he put a nickel on the bar table once, and he said, "I'll leave a tip as soon as all of you men start talking about something besides women and horses." He did that once. So, well,
I love how Schopenhauer could just never get pussy, and that is like most of his story.
Yeah, true. But didn't he pay for Prudentialist? Or he was? I think he wasn't a true cell. He was a fake cell.
D is not going to come back. Damn it. Ugh.
Come on, D. I'm sorry. Maybe
I wanted to ask D though. Is there such a thing as is there an equivalent of an incel among gays, or is that not real? Is there gay cells?
No, because homosexual men are fucking off the charts with.
No, I know, but
leg humpery.
could theoretically there be a gay dude that can't get it because of, I don't know, ugliness or whatever?
Well, I mean, I think wasn't that what AIDS was?
Oh, God, that's terrible. God. That's fucking terrible.
D, shut this shit down.
Did you know that Schopenhauer had a poodle called Butts?
Wait. I just want to say thank you. Thank you, D, for coming back. Thank you. Personally, from me, thank you for coming back.
Well, we talk about strippers, so I am completely naked right now.
Whoa!
No, I'm not, because my balls would freeze off, because there's no heating in here.
No, if your balls were naked, you'd be sitting on them.
All right. Anyway, what was the question, Gio? I heard.
Is there such a thing as the concept of an incel in the gay? To quote AJ Styles, the gay.
Did you just say? Were you just about to say gay community, Gio?
Yeah.
I'm going to leave again.
He's Canadian.
I'm sorry, D. Maybe I should.
No, I don't know. I don't like gays. I don't have any affiliation with them. I will say that, of course, yes. I mean, look around you. Look at the state of most men. You know, and of course that isn't like the kind of state of men is not, you know, just sort of isolated to heterosexually inclined men. That makes sense. I mean, most men, just like a lot of women, are a complete fucking disaster physically. You know.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there's legions of, you know, fat, small-dicked, you know, thin-lipped, ununattractive.
But
homos.
Is it as common for them not to be able to get any kind of action?
Oh yeah.
as
Oh,
it is
absolutely,
for a straight
absolutely, absolutely.
Really?
Because if you know, again, if you're involved in, you know, the kind of quote gay experience, they tend to be.
Oh, they're fit.
I mean,
and
you know how men are. You know how
all at the gym.
Oliver, can I finish?
I'm curious how I could hear this.
Well, I'm just saying. You know how, I mean, of course, you gentlemen know that we can all be quite selective when and quite I would say truthful when judging the attractiveness of a woman, for instance. Right.
Well, let me ask you this, D. Does it change as
I
you
have
age?
very low standards, though.
Because I know, like, as a young man, you might be less discerning. Is this something that changes over time?
I suppose so. It's just many homos are just the worst sort of. Just take every negative quality of a woman and a man, and put it all in one person, and you'll get a gay. That's all I'll say.
Is like, is my channel gonna survive now?
Your channel's not gonna survive, Rude. No, I mean I love gays. I love the nation of Israel. I support everything that the Biden regime does.
We love titties. We love Israel on the stream.
We
what
love
can I say?
Israeli titties. We love them. Yeah.
The right wing is the most philo.
Yeah.
We love.
Why do you
Douglas
think,
Murray is within all of us. Ooh, that sounds nasty.
Why do you think
Anyway.
default friend has so much currency on the
But to answer your question, Gio, yes, I would say that there are more homos who can't get laid than
I
straight,
didn't know, but
men.
but to be genuine though, that I didn't know that. I had an inkling, like of course the gay culture changing from the 80s to the 90s till now. You know what I mean? Like it does make sense. Like
gay expert Gio.
Gio, the expert on gay culture. Well, like any culture,
Can
someone
now
any culture, like a bacteria, for instance, it's going to spread and it's going to become more malignant.
Gio is going to march through this.
Can someone edit the millennial layout where it shows giant art productions, but instead of Canadian content creator, it says gay expert.
queer expert,
yeah. Queer theorist.
Queer theory, exactly. Yeah.
Gio Pancetta. What is it?
That's a good.
Well, yeah, that's close enough. That's
good. Yeah. Oh my God, no, but it's true. I mean, even it's also reflected in like the new queer cinema.
Oh.
Wait a minute. This is going way too far, man.
What's funny? For me being such a violent, I shouldn't say it. For me being like the far right reactionary, I've actually put thought into the
violent far right reactionary.
Yeah, I've actually put thought
into Happy New Year.
Yeah. I should have said violent, but I've actually put thought into how a lot of like gay culture has transformed over the decades, and how like it's like I know people like Jack Perfume. I don't know if he likes me anymore, but Perfume Nationalist talks about this, how sort of like the normalization of a particular bourgeois picture of gay expression, how that led to like almost like a cultural heat death of expression in toto of like gay counterculture. And I think it's quite fascinating how it's like the underground. That's another instance of like the underground being robbed of its potentiality. But you know what I mean? Like I think that the empire really affects everyone, including people that are more higher up the progressive stack than us. Yeah, as you know what I mean. So I what am I saying? It's fucking late at night. I'm sorry.
Well, you gotta be careful, Joe, because as Canadians, we already by default are like 15% gayer already, whether you like it or not.
True.
So like we're getting into.
Somebody needs to take this whole stream and just basically frame Prude's face as an ultra close up.
I was about to say, like I saw his face when D was talking, and he just had the best.
No, but for the entire fucking stream, just do that. Absolutely. Take Prude's face.
I was answering a question, Prude. I'm very sorry.
Oh no,
it was a good answer though. It makes sense.
Fine.
I mean, it's a very difficult question, yes. Oh, sorry, Prude.
Well, I was going to say this is what I feel like I get to experience every Thursday when we do the Digital Archipelago anyway. So, like we covered the Teen Apocalypse trilogy for one episode.
Wow.
We talked about all sorts of shit like this all the time. So it's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I even said him like, imagine if like Black Pill covered the Teen Apocalypse trilogy. We got to get him to do that. Actually, that'd be.
I would love for him to cover at least of all the movies we've covered. I would love for him to cover that Swedish one that we went over.
Oh, Fatso.
Yeah, Fatso.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was a wild ride.
Look at these, like, oh fuck.
Oh yeah, the Digital Archipelago where Matt and Gio take turns, like just making an episode that is subtly not a therapy session.
Very true. Very true. Oh man.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
This year's off to a good start, by the way.
Oh, well, Dime, since you're here,
Amazing.
and I get to say this live and in person, because we covered Millennial the other day on Semiagog's channel, I was very happy to hear Judas live for once, not just the recordings. It was just a very good, enjoyable conversation. You have the radio energy that I wanted to hear out of something in 20, 30 years ago. It's very good. I am very disappointed about Millennial Woes' position on Radiohead, but we can't all be winners.
Thank you.
What was wait, hang on. What was his position?
Okay, well, first of all, he mogged me straight up. I tried to bring it up because I had some nefarious rumors from the chat that there was anti-Radiohead sentiment, coming from the Rothschilds. And then, but and it's kind of a meme. It's kind of a meme that I'm like, I actually do like Radiohead. Then they kind of joke because you can't actually dislike Radiohead. So anyone who says that they don't is like they're memeing, of course, because how can you? How could you not like them? It makes no sense, like statistically. But I started to introduce it. He was like, "No, I don't want to talk about that." Moved right on. It was beautiful to see.
Oh,
but other. But I wasn't disappointed because a lot of people, they're like, yeah, I guess they're okay. So it's not as funny.
Is Millennial Woes a Stone Roses fan?
I don't know. I don't.
Okay, if you want to do that kind of guitar rock, man, Ride is way better than Stone Roses.
I still get upset that you're not a Steely Dan fan. Man.
Fuck off, fucking Steely.
That's almost as bad as sending a Boston track.
That's a stab at my
Well,
chest.
no. I have to say this: Steely Dan is better than Boston. Like
you're goddamn right.
My music friends who are like hardcore freaks about music, the ones who make all those weird charts with the little branches splitting off.
Oh, the Moo charts.
They argue over who should be in what category and what the category should be called. They all like Steely Dan. So people who are like way into music that I respect like Steely Dan, but I fucking hate them. However, people that I really like and who know things and who are into Steely Dan, none of them like Boston.
I don't like Boston.
Sean Weiland's a Philia Brasilia fan. I am also a Philia Brasilia fan.
Can I say something really quick? Because Sean Weiland's had a lot of heaters during this whole stream, but he made a great comment here. It says, real Radiohead fans like the stuff before Hail to the Thief, and the posers like the garbage from Hail to the Thief onwards. And I will correct that. Real Radiohead fans are contrarians and go back to Hail to the Thief and actually try and like that one. That's how you know you're a real one.
No, it's everything after the first album, which has Creep or whatever that first album is. It's the second album up to Hail to the Thief that are good.
What, the Bends? No. The first good record that they did was OK Computer.
Well, let me just say, In Rainbows
is a great song. Of the hipster, but OK Computer is a brilliant record.
OK Computer, Kid A, and Hail to the Thief.
Am I the only metalhead here?
Oh
my God.
No, first of all, Gio, I am, but also In Rainbows from top to bottom is probably one of the more cohesive albums.
Amnesiac is also good.
Amnesiac is my favorite, but it is the weirdest one and the most alienating to people. But
but I'm a person who if you're talking about popular music, I've got like the complete recordings of Camel, Gentle Giants, entire discography. I am in that vein. I tend to be sort of prog rock type person.
You are heavily prog rock. You've got like Yes and
I've got Yes
and fucking.
I have a little
tattooed on your arm.
Yeah, and The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, and but
Genesis, yes.
But I have very Catholic
Phil Collins before he became Phil Collins.
Phil Collins when he was still like fucking drumming for Brian Eno's solo records in the mid-70s, wonderful stuff.
And
Rush, of course.
Pool hung with little
I was going to say, hey, Semiagog, you always struck me as someone who would be into metal. Now, is that a correct assessment, or am I way off?
No, I like some metal, and I hung out with metal people, and I definitely listened to real metal. But I'm old, so like for me, Judas Priest from my period is like Stained Glass, right? Where you're like, Stained stand by for Exciter. Like for me, it's very flat. So yeah, I'm not a true metal person because I like some Iron Maiden. I like a bunch of Black Sabbath. Here and there, I know some other things like some Celtic Frost. I'll dig some Slayer. But like the whole metal went to all kinds of places. Like as soon as they started doing that fucking like I couldn't go there.
I was also
even
ask
like
you...
the Queensryche super high pitched things,
Queensryche.
I couldn't do it.
That's a real Anglo moment right there, Queensryche. But I was going to ask you, like, as you say you're an older guy, I'm kind of getting up there too. Do you find that you're just interested in sort of the older stuff, or do you keep up with like newer stuff as well?
No, I don't pay attention to any of it. You're all fucking useless. Absolutely. I don't listen to anything produced within the last 20 years because it's fucking awful.
You're right. I don't mostly listen to anything made after 1994. With a few exceptions. I mean, you have to keep in mind, I was like a legal adult in 1994. So,
True.
but
Paul, I saw
my mind is not for rent. Don't put me down as arrogant.
Yeah, I saw Iced Earth with Symphony X. That's why I went to see Iced Earth. But yeah, I agree with the guy from V. World Dane is way better than Jeffrey Tate. But
does anyone like early music, Baroque opera?
Wait a minute. Just for recent music, D. Just for recent music. Let's you and I, old fuckers, the old Muppets, right, up at the top of the box, right? Let's try to
Statler
like
and
think.
Waldorf, go for it.
I love how Donald Trump gave me some Zoomer cred by spitting fat clouds. So yeah, I have a big lung capacity. As you know.
D.
Yeah.
Can you think of any recent band that we should like give a break to?
Yes.
I'm going to try to think too. Like, is there anything that like that the kids are talking about that like we should know about? My shit, like if I try really hard, whatever I come up with is going to be from like 10 years ago.
Well, what like would Queens of the Stone Age count? Like,
yeah, totally dig that. And actually,
that's 20 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. See, old, yeah, but they have some vibes that are totally like Uriah Heep. Yeah, some of the melodic chorus stuff. D, what do you have that's recent?
Okay, I'm looking. So I don't use online music. I have vinyl, and I have I have vinyl and a tube amplifier. I also have lots of CDs. I don't mind.
He's got a fucking tube amp. You are such a fucking princess, man.
And all right. And I have an iTunes library that is all local. So all of the files are lossless files, and they're all played locally through my ancient.
Do you still have your first generation iPod?
I do. In fact, I have
hardware.
Oh my god!
I have every iPod that I've ever owned, and basically it's one from each generation, including the first one.
And they're still fucking around. They still hold up.
I went out the first day and bought the original iPod, which was I don't understand. Again, for young people, it's hilarious, but like it was a revelation. Like it was like, oh my god, you can put 200 songs on it. They advertise it as 500 or 1,000, but that you would have to put them into low bit rate. And now when you look at it, I mean, it's literally laughable how brick-like and heavy and thick it was. But it was real. It was a real genius device. So I still have them. And as Semigog says, well, actually none of them work because of course the batteries were all shite. And of course, they died long ago because lithium-ion batteries died.
If it makes you feel any better, D, I also have a CD collection. I have a desk that still has a CD case.
Yeah, it's good. And again, this goes with my recommendation, which I always make, which is that I urge everyone to keep hard copies of everything that they like. If you like films,
but wait a minute, the iPods still work if you attach the little units to them and just like
some of them do. Although the kind of
plugged in.
Yeah, although I know even the second gen and the third gen, they have both completely died. And I have gone through them.
I imagine you would
with my multimeter and everything, and I have not been able to figure out what killed them, and it's not the battery. Anyway,
mine didn't. My fucking Nano still runs, motherfucker. which
Nice.
means I bought that shit in Vancouver, which is a wasteland. God help me, I'm never
Oh,
going
yeah.
to fucking Canada again. But every time I go there, I get dragged off into some special room to be interrogated, that be asked if I'm going to take jobs from Canadians. It's a freak show, Canada. But coming back around, the
Sorry, I found the funniest thing. So I was
Whoa, that
looking
was a
for
fat
what
one.
I was looking for what the most recent piece of music in my iTunes library is, and I know we can't play music on YouTube. I'm going to play like a second of it and
Just
see if people know.
maybe play it safer and just give us the name and song.
Yeah.
All right,
What the fuck?
it's called
Ah.
Call, it's
You
called
are
Call-
gay.
Call Me Maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number. So call me maybe.
Oh my god, that's ancient by today's standards.
By Carly Rae Jepsen. Yeah.
Oh my god.
There you go. That's the deepest shame. That's more shameful.
Oh, I kind of want, like, what's the deal with like Semigog being like dragged off? Like you don't look Chinese, so like why would they be like taking you aside to like accuse you of taking jobs in Canada or something?
Well, I went in when I went to Vancouver, it was 2008. And of course it was Chinese everywhere. Yes, of course.
That song's a banger. I don't care what anyone says.
He's still hurt over it.
Yeah. No, I've actually got other things. I've got
Carly Rae
Back to Black by
Jepsen.
Amy Winehouse, which is
that's
actually
fucking ancient. I was gonna say, like, I've got some Beirut albums.
No,
but that's as old as fucking Amy Winehouse. She's fucking dead, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I know, but it's a brilliant record.
No, she's got some talent in a really
she did.
kind of way. Yeah.
Mr. D was all about free Britney.
No, he wasn't.
Look, as soon as they
Who
free
the hell
her,
is
she
this
starts
person?
posting
Who is this
nudes. Like,
No, I don't know anything about that shite. Yeah.
Does
I mean,
anyone
I've got classical
Go
music
ahead,
from
Pete.
like 2000.
No, but that's not.
No,
I'm recording from It's got to be like modern music, and I can't think of any.
No, I don't have any. Oh,
Carly Rae Jepsen was the closest thing we're gonna get to modern music on that bloody place.
All right. I've got. Yeah,
Mr.
this
D,
is
just don't play it this time, please.
this is modern.
It's Prodigy. Yeah, I'd heard.
No,
Prodigy is like
it's
90s,
Numa. It's Numa.
Carly Rae
that's...
Jepsen is newer.
Like you know what band I really
It did
like
sound like
that's new
Prodigy.
is Health. If anyone's ever listened to them, but they got an
Very good.
interesting kind of rocky-ish sound. But like, there's actually interesting music being done, but it's probably going to be, it won't be on the radio really.
Well, there isn't any radio anymore.
You know what?
Happy
I'm gonna break
time.
I want to break out. Sorry, just one question, Prude.
Oh,
Yeah,
Happy New Year! Isn't it New Year? For
it
someone?
is for
someone
someone
else's-
in Mountain Time Zone. Go
Someone
ahead,
else's
Semigog.
New Year. Prude, I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask,
Chin chin.
what should I listen to? Since I crapped on your Steely Dan to show full props and honor
Oliver,
to you,
Oliver,
what
if
should
I give you
listen to?
music recommendations, everyone in this chat and in this stream is going to call me out as a 2000 shitlib, and I'm not about that. Because if you recall when Distributus and Angle Ortho had that stream about like the early aughts and all the music that was all made by like shitlibs and commies, I still listen to that. I still really enjoy it. I think Colin Malloy has a voice of gold, and he's someone that deserves to face the wall. So I can't really make you any recommendations. What I can recommend to people is that people buy Semigog's book.
Oh, check him out. That's very kind.
Semigog has a book?
That's
Yes,
a good
he does.
segue. That was
Yes,
a real
he does.
pro segue there.
Thank you, man.
Vernaculum?
He shamed me utterly. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna assume, Prude, that you're not listening to Bob Seger.
Oh, I love Bob Seger.
Oh, fuck. I was
Oh,
about.
man.
I was
I like Bob
forgive
Seger.
you.
I like
alright.
Bill Withers. I listen to Benny Goodman.
No, Benny Goodman.
I love
No,
Chet Baker to
Benny
death. He is one of my
Goodman,
all-time
Chet
top
Baker.
5 favorites.
But don't be mixing up Bob Seger with Benny Goodman or
Bob
Artie
Seger.
Shaw. man. Come on now.
It's all in their own categories. My CD collection is very
Do you-
organized.
Or do you not own an Eagles record?
I do.
See,
Oh.
we're on the
Oh,
same way.
I own an
Absolutely.
Eagles record. I own a vinyl bit of Jan and Dean. I own way more Beach Boys albums than I would ever dare to admit.
Oh, no,
That's because I
Beach Boys,
grew up
no.
with them.
Yeah,
You
Beach
know,
Boys are
you know
good.
how I can curve you away from your evil path, Prude.
No.
You need to go and get. I was talking with Dee about it actually on one of his spaces, which I recommend to everyone over on Twitter. You need to go and get what's her name, Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood.
Oh,
She has no voice.
No.
She's got no range.
Listen to her with Lee Hazelwood, and tell me you don't feel the power. As a matter of fact, I'm going to look right now. I bet that motherfucker was from Texas. Hang on. Lee Hazelwood.
Well, I like Nancy Sinatra purely
Young
because
woman, share
Lee
your
Hazelwood.
fire with me.
American country pop singer, writer, and
Because she's
producer.
in
best
a
known for
Kubrick
Nancy.
film.
Where's he from?
Born in Manford, Oklahoma, July 9,
Well,
1929.
Oklahoma. That's close enough. Turnip would like him. You just
He
trust
did
me.
get a medical degree from SMU in Dallas, Texas, and served in the United States Army during the Korean War. Look at him.
There you go. You go try him out. You go try out Lee Hazelwood, and he
I love
will
how the
correct-
voice is coming out as you're making these recommendations. I
He
love
will.
it.
He will correct the curves in your spine, boy, and keep you from becoming a communist.
I've got a Porter Wagner record.
Oh, one of my favorite vinyl that I have is a Sound of Silence, one of the original presses from Simon and Garfunkel, but it has the famous Silent Night bit that they did.
Yep.
That
with
has the
Walter
Vietnam War
Cronkite.
coverage. Yeah, with Walter Cronkite while they play Silent Night. And I love I don't know how true it is. I just love the apocryphal story about it that Lyndon B. Johnson heard that and had it playing in one of his parts of the White House that drove him to tears over the war. I like that apocryphal story, but yeah, it's another bit that I like. But I don't. If you gentlemen don't mind, I'm going to get to the super chats that have flooded in throughout today as we sort of wrap up here. That is okay with you, because I also know that Dimes needs to leave soon.
Oh, I have a Peaches record, by the way.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
The teachers of peaches.
The teachers of peaches. I will say nothing else. I will say nothing else.
I have taken that advice though, and I have definitely done that to get rid of the pain.
Me too. And let me tell you, there's a brilliant parody video where someone has edited together clips of Miss Piggy from the Muppet Show.
It's my favorite YouTube video of all time.
It's good. It's very good. All right, super chat.
By the way,
the super chats are brought to you by Tomato Soup. There you go.
I wonder who has fatter clouds, me or Logo de Atlas. I wonder. Probably me, because I have the better lung capacity.
So,
Wow.
well, I don't think he's got much lung capacity. After I saw that video from what's his name, Caleb Maupin and his little organization, where he just sort of puts his hands up, I was like,
He looked like a mummified corpse. Yeah.
Wow.
He looked so sad to be there. He's like, oh, I'm gonna get some
Like,
beer,
just
you know?
try not looking like a fucking bog body when you go outside.
I'm real revolutionary socialist, guys.
Are you nicotine vaping?
Yeah.
Based. Very good.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get.
I've got another 55 minutes.
It's for the
before
weight
my next
loss, I'm
cigarette.
telling you.
Sorry,
Amen,
Prude.
brother.
Sorry, Prude.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Let me go find where my YouTube studio went. So the night had begun with from Reprobus. He just sent $20. No message. Very thankful.
Nice.
It means so much. Let me go refresh it real quick.
Wait, Donald Trump Gaming wants me to do the famous pose. So wait. Oh
What
fuck! From Logo. Let me get
Oh.
it. Oh, where is it? Where is it? There's a famous Logo pose.
There you go.
All right, actually, before Prude reads the super chats, I want to fucking hammer all you salty dogs out there listening. Send him money now.
Please.
On my stream. You have a chance to do it now, and he will read your super chat.
Do it
But
now.
On my stream, he came out as the most hardcore fucking American that he possibly could have. He explained quite clearly that he was perfectly willing to answer any questions to provide you with whatever answer it is you need. Send a super chat in now. Do it now.
Oh God.
You ain't gonna get a more powerful motherfucker than this one.
I guess that's that's payback. I guess for helping with the millennial.
Absolutely, man. I'm here for you, brother.
Well, there's the entropy link that's pinned in the comments of the chat, and then of course you can just do it the old-fashioned way. But all right, let's go through these wonderful things, and we'll get started. But yes, Reprobus just sent $20, no message. I know that he is a musician of sorts, and that he is apparently putting out an EP with some rather reactionary themed music. So you can find him on Twitter as well as on Telegram if you're interested. The only thing that irks the crap out of me is that he always talks in leet speak like it's 2006.
You know why he
again.
does that?
Why does he do it?
Because of me. Because for years to evade the Jannies on Twitter. Yeah, so he he mocked me for like doing the lead speak. He's like, Geo, you're not gonna get banned for saying this word on Twitter. I'm like, no, I'm paranoid. So he just like ran with it. I believe that's why he does it.
All right.
Yeah, well, there's a problem with that. So, Mr. D, you would agree that if someone does something gay, ironically, that they are just gay, right?
I don't. What is this? This sounds like it's a reference.
No, but like if you're doing lead speak, like ironically, which is a very gay thing to do, but if it's ironically, you would remain just a gay man.
Yeah.
Sure. Actually, I like this where Mr. D is the arbiter of all homosexuals.
Why do people do? It's like it's like having a black friend.
I think you need to kick everybody's fucking ass, D. And I'm totally there with you. If it comes down to Ragnarok and you go into battle for the last time, I will go with you.
D, the last stand of implicit white identity, right there.
You're basically black, Geo. Come on, you're Italian.
No, wait a minute.
I am the whitest person here.
Wait a minute.
I'm partially. You're a Turk,
I'm not a Turk. I'm partially Italian. So a part of me that never wants to loves the little.
It's true. The Mediterranean really is the dividing line between man and beast.
All right.
Oh my God.
Everybody's getting got right now.
Stab me in the back like that. Dread on New Year's.
That's all right. You're pushing me away, Prude, because
I'm gonna start dropping hard R's just to fuck for. No, I would never do that to him.
Geo has a cat.
Do it, Geo. Do it, Geo. Do it. It feels good. Do it.
It's someone I don't like. I'd never like. I could literally. I would even go on follow the rules. I would never do because I just. It's shitty of you to do that. You'd fuck over someone's channel like that, But I'm sorry, I'm moral F-slurring right now.
Well, speaking of people who have used the hard R on streams, did everyone see the wonderful interactions between Carl Benjamin and Peter Hitchens today?
I did, and you know what? Fuck Hitchens.
I mentioned the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, I know, but we didn't get a chance to talk about it.
Okay, is Sargon cool now, or what's going on?
Sargon is much cooler. Yes.
I love how time goes on, though. Sargon just kept being vindicated. Never mind.
My favorite tweet though when Elon bought Twitter was like when Elon had tweeted something out where it's just like, listen, I think it's important that we have both sides of the political spectrum, the fringe right and the fringe left pissed off. And someone tweeted out a picture, quote tweeting that with Carl Benjamin's face saying, "You have no idea how good things can be."
You know what I love is that for a little bit the Amarnites were like memeing Sargon as like based. And like Gamergate was like unironically more important than like that other event that happened in 2001. So it's like literally the vortex of Gamergate just influenced all culture for the past almost 15 years now. So yeah, it's true.
Yeah, Sargon's been on a journey, and it's been a wild one.
He certainly has. I'm going to make a hot take on Twitter tomorrow. I'll give you a preview.
Okay.
I think that Carl Benjamin has done more for young men, especially British young men, than Peter Hitchens has done his entire career.
Holy fuck! Oh, it's true.
If for no other reason, then Carl continues to grow and hope, and Peter Hitchens offers nothing but defeatism, like a boomer. Again, it's very easy to say, yes, Peter Hitchens.
I bow at this take.
He has wonderful opinions about certain things. He's very amusing to read at times. But the thing is, like every other boomer, he has no concern for what's going to happen after his death. He has no concern to do anything or try to affect any change in the world. It's all just over, and he's happy to exit and not care.
And indeed, he fucking should go quietly into the night at this point. Thank him for his service, but you know what? Fuck off in terms of
boys. Is this the year of the Sarg?
This is the year of the Sarg. Yeah,
it is the year. Yes.
Carl has started up the old BMW once more and has told us to get in. And we're
Now I'm going to try my
Western
best to get him on
civilization.
my show and just
I was
tank his
gonna say
image by
that,
showing up with
Dimes.
us.
I was gonna say that, Dimes. If I suck Carl's dick hard enough, maybe he'll appear in the Digital Archipelago or in Content Minded. Maybe.
I mean, and that fish throwing photograph, in terms of a piece of documentary photography, that's like seared into the eye of my imagination. That one with his hand up and the little fucking sardines or whatever flying through the air towards him.
Oh yeah, when they threw fish at him. They also threw a milkshake at him as well.
It's a beautiful photograph, man.
I know what you're talking about. That was pretty cool too.
My favorite videos though are still of him just on the UKIP trail, just trying to campaign and basically be a debate.
Yes, like remember, like Sargon brought rape into the discourse in a way that I didn't think was possible.
Before the Amarnites, Sargon brought that into the Discord.
I'll tell you something else
about
Carl is that when he was campaigning for UKIP, I mean, doomed from the start, of course. Is that I don't know if you remember, he went around to many cities and towns in the UK, and sat down and talked with anyone who would come up and talk to him. Like he had these like video.
Are those videos still up on YouTube?
I don't know if they're still there.
We're gonna find out.
I think some of them are. Yeah.
But I thought that was very. I mean, again, a doomed campaign as it was, but I thought that was very brave. I mean, if you watch the announcement, the most hilarious thing for me, of course, is that Count Dankula was absolutely steaming in the worst hangover you could possibly imagine. I mean, he's in a flannel shirt, you know. Just fucking so fucking residually drunk, and like Carl is like doing his whole like
all the videos are
dirty smear merchants. Just look at Dankula during that.
Yeah. There's this picture with Carl, Dankula, and Paul Joseph Watson, and I remember like looking at it, and I'm like, man, these three. Okay, maybe not Paul Joseph Watson, but like these three men like really opened up like the reactionary discourse in ways that are like, you know, more, I would say more than Jordan Peterson or any of these other fucking grifters. Like really Carl Benjamin over and above.
I think we're going a bit overboard here on this.
Hold on, Dimes, hold on. For the sake of being, I'm 27. I'm not an old man by any stretch of the imagination, but about, you know, I want to say about 10 years ago is when he started really, you know, doing his stuff. I listened to that guy throughout college, and I thought as a normie Republican kind of libertarian guy at the time, I was being, you know, I wanted more than what that was. And then I discovered Woes. And then in 2018, I discovered Semiagog on there. I am the literal proof of the liberals' concern of a YouTube to alt-right pipeline or whatever.
Jordan Peterson didn't manage to intervene.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson didn't de-radicalize shit. If anything, he just radicalized more people by being milquetoast enough and not talking about a certain Solzhenitsyn book. But neither here nor there. I mean, I have to give Carl credit where credit is due, because, you know, I found one time he interviewed AA, and I was like, whoa, AA is way more based than this Carl Benjamin guy. Let me go listen to him. And then
Carl Benjamin's been on with Woes, and Carl Benjamin's done great discussions with Starkey too.
Put it this way: who will be more of an upstanding human being that hasn't disgraced himself totally, Memerson or Carl Benjamin? Let's marinate with that a little bit.
Okay, and I know where did the fucking Italian? There's another fucking Italian.
I know. It's furious.
Yeah, but like remember that Carl Benjamin did his campaign against the far right first, so like he's kind of gone around.
True.
I mean, I'm not trying to like.
But Times. Who mea culpa'd and said that maybe these people have a point? Sargon or Jordan Peterson? Sargon, baby.
Yeah, well, you know what? Guess what, Gio? Give me 6 months with Peterson. I'll make him a Holocaust denier. Anything can happen.
Is Gio always this excitable?
It's all right, Times.
I like that. No, I like that last burst of energy from Gio, man. He's a cat owner.
It's a nicotine.
He's a fellow med. I'm starting to like Gio.
The most hilarious thing that happened yesterday was Did you see Jordan Peterson intervening in the Carl Benjamin Peter Hitchens feud?
No, what?
Yeah, Jordan Peterson literally tweeted it and said, Peter and Carl, you two should get together and iron out your differences. I'm not making that up. Fucking Jordan Peterson stepped in.
Only Hitchens could make fucking Jordan Peterson look like a reasonable man.
Oh, it was amazing. It was absolutely
Yeah.
amazing.
Oh, but at the end of the
Sorry,
day,
Dimes, I got a little bit
Also,
excited.
no, I do want to say, I don't want to be mistaken. I actually do quite like Sargon, and I've been like really excited. Once I saw him like showing up on Academic Agent stream, like I could see how his opinions have kind of evolved. Of course, he's not like an extreme guy, but he does seem like he's having more.
None of us are extreme guys.
we're all sensibly sensitive.
Speaking of extreme guys,
Exactly.
Furious Pertinax, hello.
Furious Marcus, Furious Pertinax, welcome.
I regret to inform everyone that the meds are here to take over, and there's nothing you can do about it. The Ellis Island Coalition has arrived.
3-3 right now.
Sorry, I will say it's very nice
sorry,
to
Don.
see you, but I'm gonna have to get going right now. I'm sorry, it's around 3 a.m., about 2 a.m. here, and I got things about to run out of batteries. I just want to say I've had a great time on the stream. Thank you very much for inviting me, Prude, and I'm had a great time talking to everyone here. And I'll say Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, my
Happy
friend.
New Year.
Sorry I didn't get a chance to chat to you, Diamonds, but take care and all the best for the new year, friend.
We'll chat again because you already seem like kind of a cool guy. So we'll talk soon.
Thank you, sir. Cheers.
All right, talk
Thank
to you
you.
soon. Bye.
Cheers.
Furious is very
Oh,
cool. I finished.
Now the meds have taken over.
Marcus,
I finished the
Furious,
campaign.
boys.
We're winning.
Canucks
We're
for the
winning.
meds.
We're winning the demographic war.
Oh.
Easy there, Ash Sarkar.
I love how no, it's
Next thing you know, all you fuckers are going to be riding around on Vespas and having espresso and something that's the Italian version of a Twinkie for breakfast.
a canola.
I'm kind of down
a
with
cornetto.
siesta though.
Yeah, cannoli. Yeah.
Did you
Squeeze
think
out
that's an honest question, Prude? Actually, I was wondering, can we exist in like a waspy sort of Ben Franklin triangle industrial society, but add the siesta? Like, is that synthesis possible?
No, that's against the Anglo genetics.
Only if you took out Ben Franklin's schedule for women over 65 to screw. Then
I
maybe
think
it would
the
prosper.
Furious is describing the Irish, I think.
Oi!
Yeah,
Never
no one's in a
mind.
turtleneck. We're safe.
Oh, God.
Anyway, thank you for the patience. My family lunch went for 4.5 hours, so this is why I'm.
Well,
a
you're
bit late, but
Italian, of
thank
course
you.
it did.
Yes, I had several courses and I'm very full. I'm basically fat Pepe with like the belly
Oh,
hanging over
tap
my
milk!
belt.
Take the tap milk!
I love it.
Oh man.
Okay, well, Mr. Furious, I've asked everybody who's come on, what was your highlight of 2022?
That's interesting. My highlight of 2022. I was going to say, there's been a lot of bad news. You know, you think about, the best not canvas, but we know there's been a lot of bad news. But the good news would be, I think, is it only one thing, or do you want me to sort of come up with a couple of ideas, or the one standout thing that was good news?
Let's go with the one standout.
God, I'm trying to think. Like, all the leftists have won elections. They've all cheated. Like, Bolso lost. Like, where's the good news? No. I think if there is one sort of white pill to take out of this, I think our circles have done very well. And as small as that might seem in the great sort of scheme of the great machinations of sort of world politics and what will be, I suppose, the history of tomorrow. I look at the success of everyone from, say, AA to yourself, Prude, to you guys doing Digital Archipelago with yourself and Geo, Semi, we've done a couple of streams this year. Everybody I feel is just rising to another plane of performance and of productivity. There's guys like Charlie pumping out very good stuff on Substack, and the thing is that I'm a big believer in the Bismarck concept that even the most I'm trying to think of how he phrased it, that even the most sort of insignificant and the smallest of things can assume the grandness of proportions given time. What turned out to be a bunch of Minutemen throwing tea off a ship became your 1776. Like that quote is often true. And so I think there is a very encouraging genesis and a nucleus developing of clarity of thought and direction that we want to head. And I think you think of even AA's book, Populist Delusion, and his sequel that he's working on. I think all bodes very well for what the future might hold. I think 2022 has been an important year for the maturity of those ideas and the extrapolation of those ideas, and for guys like ourselves and and our friends talking about it, and very good people, even like in our comment section and our proof feed talking about it, I think has been very much a white pill in what has otherwise been a quite dark year.
I think but Furious, when it comes to the right, I noticed that, for lack of a better term, I know you guys are going to hate this. The AA sphere, if you so call it that. I know. But I noticed, like, you guys have been going. I'm sorry, Prude. But I noticed, like, you guys have been going pretty strong. But when it comes to the older Twitterati, from which I am more a member of, let's just say that factional warfare has sort of taken hold, and not to name names, but you could probably guess. I feel like there's an ebb and a flow, and in some ways the E-right has been more divided than ever, but in other ways there are people that probably missed the frog Twitter jump who are starting to carve their own path, which I'm sort of like, having have toes in both worlds. It's a positive and a negative. I think in 2023, unless like another like Summer of Floyd or something happens, there has to be a thing that stops the fractionalization, just out of sheer survival and necessity in terms of like the E-right as a whole. I don't know if that will ever happen. I know that two very prominent E-celebs at the top, pretty much that will never happen, without naming names, of course. But the Twitterati, I think, will have to experience a revival of some respects, the way that YouTubers have experienced a revival of the E-right after their initial clearing out, after 2017, 18, 19. So I know the ebb and flow is always perennial, because the Twitter people, we survived when all the YouTubers were getting decimated. But now it's like almost, I guess the Twitterati kind of fucked things up a little bit.
There is no E-right. There is no Twitterati. And all the people who matter are still friends, because they base their friendships and their interactions on old-fashioned things. And so they like each other and they have each other's backs. So all of that other business that you're worrying about matters nothing at all. Except
of course,
that I realized,
YouTuber would say that.
Except I realized that you didn't ask me.
But I mean, I know I said that sardonically. Of course, YouTuber would say that, but it's true. I feel like there is a lot of problems, but perhaps you're right. Like, people that did manage to maintain friendships for a decade or more, that would really shine through. Whereas the fractionalization is very much a product of other pressures going on.
I'm never going to fight with Prude. I'm never going to fight with Furious. And I'm never going to fight with Mr. D. Now, all you have to do is make that pattern grow. That's it. Everything else is bullshit.
I never got to date Keith Woods.
Oh, man.
Dating is not what you would call that.
And you haven't gotten Charlotte.
What about this super chat?
You could probably hire him, Mr. D. I mean, you never know.
Oh, no. He and Joel are very happy. Prude, what about the super chats? How about those?
Yes, I have liturgy in the morning, so I would very much like to get through the super chats.
Yes.
Furious, I apologize for you coming on a bit late.
No,
there's a
that's
few super
entirely
chats
my
for
own
us
fault.
to
So
join in.
My favorite thing is to do any stream with Prudentialist and watch him fucking suffer like a responsible man. This total fucking degenerate. I love
this. One of my greatest blessings, and I will say this time in memoriam, is one of the greatest blessings that I ever decided to do was stop listening to AA and everybody else that I listen to and say, fuck it, I can do this myself and I can put my opinions out there. And lo and behold, the very people I've been listening to for years, yourself included, Semyagog, I get to talk to and I get to call my friend. That is the eternal blessing of not only this but time immemorial. I don't care if it's suffering. I love it.
Right on, man. Well, yes, I apologize for the way in which
Chungus moment.
I hate the way that we torture you. You kindly came on the stream the other night.
I love it.
I destroyed today for you too, and now I'm a part of destroying tomorrow.
I'll tell you something. There's nothing like listening to academic Asian if you want to realize that anyone can be a YouTuber.
You guys are harsh on him.
Wait a minute. It's me that's harsh on it. Don't get me in trouble, man.
I love taking shots at
I know.
It's Mr. D's pastime. I think.
I mean, he's a sociopath and he cannot love me back, but that's okay.
And also, he never joins your spaces, Mr. D, much to your chagrin.
Has they ever joined a Twitter space? I don't think so.
No.
Oh, glow in the dark. I used to drink quite often and quite
Oh.
regularly, and it was a lot of fun. And it was my way of paying drinks. And this is some prude lore or lore on myself. Is this that before I moved, almost 5 nights, it was almost 5 nights a week after when I got off work, I would go to a little billiards bar in El Paso and I would play for hours on end. And the way I would pay for drinks is to sandbag the shit out of people. And I got in a fight because of that.
You were a pool shark, Prude?
I was a
Pool
shark.
hustler.
We're gonna play pool. Prude.
I
We're
was.
gonna play pool.
And
I
then the
didn't know
one
that.
time I have ever been humbled is that we were at some bar off of I want to say, I can't remember which street it was off of, but it was just one of those, it was a Pockets not too far from where I lived, and a guy came in with his case, and he walked funny because he had suffered a stroke when he was a younger man, and so he was paralyzed on the left side, so he's like walking like this, right? And the thing is that this guy proceeded to kick everyone's ass in the pool hall, and he would literally take his cue, and he would be like this, and he would wield it like a Greek soldier with a javelin and just slam it down like he's like spear fishing into the to
break
get
the
where
rack.
he's going, to break the rack, and he would win every single time. I lost $20 to this gimp, and then he took my money and proceeded to go to the next table, and he beat every single bastard there by spearfishing the goddamn queue. And he ended up buying around for the whole bar with the money he had won off of all of us, and that was probably my favorite
Amazing
moment.
Amazing.
This almost sounds like when I sort of think of Mr. Prude, the El Paso pool hustler, and the man with the stroke in the suitcase. It almost sounds like a Muddy Robbins song, like
it could be.
Down in the West Texas town of El Paso,
I fell in love with a Mexican girl.
A white,
blacker than night.
Donald Trump gaming. No, I'm not a teetotaler. I would like to. I like the term involuntarily sober. By nature of my transplant, no, I can't have alcohol. The saving grace of it all,
voluntary
is the only
celibate,
involuntary
insob.
Insoap. There you go. Insoap. But
remember I used to call you Kidney Boy. Those were good old days.
That's brutal. I'd never call him that.
Oh, it was.
Well, I actually wrote down my breakfast kidney recipe.
Yes, he did.
And named it and dedicated it to Prudentialist.
He's gonna drop fucking one big ash off his gigantic Havana cigar on your grave. You realize because of that, right?
So is it now Prudentialist pie? Is that what you're going to call it from now on?
That would be great.
It was purely done out of love.
It was perfectly fine. I think I asked for it too because you said you were going to tweet it out and then you didn't, and I asked.
Yeah. You actually said no, that's fine. Because I wanted you to know that I wasn't dragging.
But no, the saving grace of it all,
homage, right?
In my end though, is that the only alcohol I get to have for the rest of my life is the body and blood of Christ. So that all works out for me. I think it's a great win in the. But I'm going to get to the super chats now. So let's go reload and open them up. Check entropy.
Super chat.
Hey, unlike Charlemagne, I will read your super chats. I will answer your questions. I don't care if it's a $5.
I hope that you motherfuckers are paying. Pay right now.
Charlemagne. Oh, I love Charlemagne.
You know what's
He's
funny is that
fucking
Prude
mental.
missed.
What?
What's Digital Pillow? It's my channel.
Yeah, it's your channel.
That's right, because we didn't do it that Christmas week, and I sort of missed out on the big donos for Christmas. So I'm like, fuck. But no, I wasn't ready. I had a bunch of other stuff I had to do, and you had a bunch of other
Why
stuff
didn't
to
you
do.
go live for your own birthday? You joined on mine.
Yeah, I know, because I would be competing with your stream. That wouldn't be.
We could have scheduled them back to back.
Fuck.
I'm gonna go through
Next year. We got to do some cross.
Yes, next year birthday stream is on your.
Next
channel.
we got to cross swords. Yeah.
Gio and I share the same birthday on December 23rd.
Fuck, people accuse me of trying to grift, but I'm bad at it, bro.
What's that?
You
is
are
that late
a
enough
much
to be? Is that
better
late enough
grifter
to
than
be
I
a
am.
Capricorn?
Yes.
You fucking Capricorn.
Millennial
We're
Capricorn.
getting philosophy cat killed on here. Okay,
I'm a double Capricorn, actually. I'm a double Capricorn.
We're going to go read the super chats now. Paul W. Hall says, Happy New Year, lads. May God allow it to be a better one than this past year. Oh, God willing. Bolero393 for $5 US. Happy New Year to the panel and to the chat. He says, looking forward to preserving and promoting Western civilization and the mass griping of Peter Hitchens in 2023.
Nice.
I love it.
We desiccated Jordan Peterson's body. Now it's on to Peter Hitchens. So
my favorite though, I have to enjoy this. I feel like I'm doing Ace's impression because he's the one with the sunglasses on stream. We can't act like degenerates.
I really like the sunglasses.
But
yeah, they're good.
They're I hate to admit it, the
Ray-Bans.
Ray-Bans.
You just made Prudentialist blush, Steve.
Ray-Bans, oh my god.
Dude, I wear Ray-Bans.
The little tiny nihilist glasses. I need those.
Yeah, I've got some vintage
you need the
Bausch and Lomb Ray-Bans from the 60s. They're ace. They're wonderful.
And you know what? The earliest fucking manifestation of the radical wearing the sunglasses, the nihilist sunglasses, as far as I can tell, correct me if I'm wrong, is G.K. Chesterton in the novel. I shouldn't really call it the novel. The Man Who Was Thursday.
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
Very deep.
What I want Geo to wear is the Neon Genesis Evangelion, the kind of glasses.
I have to look this up.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
It's fucking degenerate, whatever it is.
It's anime.
Anime.
But, you know. Also, before
I can that.
I want you to go back in time. It's 4 years ago. He's running for UKIP, Sargon, because he has all these videos still up on his channel. And I'm just going to read some of the video questions from his time debating people.
Oh my god.
Why dark humor is important? Why do people cling to censorious social media platforms? Normalizing troublesome dialogue. EU worship has echoes of fascism.
Whoa.
Who should vote and who should joke? The ignorant Salisbury protesters. The tyrannical middle class. And British banter with Milo Yiannopoulos.
Oh! I'll tell you.
Oh.
I mean, there were days back in those days. Do you remember, like, Sargon and Milo in like together in a room talking to?
I remember that.
Medica online.
Oh, speaking of which, apparently Mr. Medica had his final stream before we went off the air or went on the air.
People is he dying or something?
He apparently has a rare form of Hodgkin's, but I don't know if he's gonna die or not.
Lymphoma is a whole lot more treatable than.
But he has some other thing besides lymphoma. He's got some other crazy. They can't figure it out.
He had said that he was dying. So
yeah.
Fuck everybody in this chat and discussion. We're all dying.
Well, yeah, but some of us die a little faster.
Some of us are dying much more rapidly. Yeah.
And to quote one of my favorite saints, lest we forget the ignorance of our time of death, because we never know when it's going to come. So,
no, that's God's sweetest blessing is ignorance of the time of your death.
In the midst of life, we are in death.
Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have disagreements with Jim, but it's terrible. I think that if he dies soon, it's a huge loss. It's really
it will really kind of
I
be
pray for him.
an end of an era for some people of the internet for sure.
Also, sorry, mate. Also, there is something to be said for people who either actually succumb to it or, I mean, I know in varying degrees, probably you and I have had brushes with this in a sense that, when you're a young man and you're faced with mortality and the risk of actually dying or on that pathway to being that if intervention is successful, it's something that sort of really, cuts into you, cuts right to the bone. It actually sort of pierces you at the level of your soul. And for a person to have to encounter that and live with it, and in Medica's case, to actually succumb to it is a very dreadful the notion itself is dreadful, never mind actually experiencing it. And so a thought should be spared for those who don't actually live, full, complete, enduring lives. To be cut down in your 20s or 30s is a tragedy in itself, right?
Unless it's in fucking battle. Yes.
That's the exception to the rule.
And the proper, and even there, I'm joking because as Furious knows better than I do, there's nothing noble about like running forward and just being hit by an odd artillery barrage, and turned into a red mist. But there is something to imagine about the idea that you actually do. And I'm not suggesting in any sense that anybody go out and be violent. Certainly people with bad health diagnoses. I'm not saying anything of the sort.
But however, you mean in the correct context, right, Sammy?
Right. There are some ways where I have thought to myself on occasion, I see the way that people suffer and the various ways they do as they age, that, maybe maybe it is a good thing to be that dude. I just tweeted a version of it tonight. The breastplate from some Napoleonic cavalier who's got a cannonball-sized hole in it, literally, because that hole went through the breastplate. Like, maybe, yes, definitely spare a prayer for. Well, I mean, if you really want to do it properly, for everyone and everything, but understand too that maybe there's something to that as well. Yeah, that sounds stupid. It's like to argue with Furious about his point that some people succumb to it. Yeah, I sorry, Furious. Hopefully you understood what I meant, because
No. The points are adjacent to each other. They're not opposite. It's just different frames. But I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah.
And not to again delay the super chats, but I mean, I think that Medica is certainly a good lesson for a Christian, because of course, I mean, he did absolutely dreadful things and treated people in the most horrible way possible. I mean, remember some of the things he said about Carl Benjamin, for instance, about his children, about his family, and caused mobs of young people, impressionable people, to do the same thing, But again, I pray that God has mercy on his soul, and that he has a strength and salvation in his passing. And I think it's a very difficult thing to do, but we're all manifest sinners, and so that we can only hope that people will spare us the same thought, if we have time to take stock of our time before we go.
Well, also, I think the sort of the Gen X pastiche that Medica embodied is something that I certainly don't agree with. The sort of spoofing everything. I dance upon the wires without sincerity. But that being said, yeah, you're right. It is a tragedy, and I wouldn't want to besmirch anyone in their time of great mortality. So, but he did do bad things. I mean, obviously, some of his targets were deserving, but others were not, and that's the problem. I feel like after a while, when your disposition is such, I mean, eventually you're going to have to keep fueling the drama cycle and things of that nature. But like I said, yeah.
I mean, do not ask for whom the bell tolls. Yeah.
We'll all be judged, and in his case, his sins were more public than others, but we'll all be judged.
Yeah, that's what I tell people nowadays. I'm not afraid of dying. I'm afraid of the judgment that comes right after.
Well, we're all flawed people, I mean, I'm a very flawed person, and I've neglected a lot of things in my life, and yeah.
All right, let's pull this shit back up.
I will say this though, in the midst of my own clashes with my mortality, the thing that definitely kept me through was that early 20s sense of invincibility. Dark humor was my coping mechanism, and I let that needle hit the bone. I had made jokes that I'm not proud of today because of it. I qualified for pediatric kidney, so I would drive home from dialysis some days being like, this is the day that Sally rides her bicycle without a helmet for the last time. And boy, oh boy, did I come to regret that. But, humor in ways like that. But, the real side, the real tragedy is what came after. But anyways, we'll get to the super chats here, fellas. And I will end it as I end most of my streams with a reading from scripture. So, to continue on from where we left off, Corbin.
Geo is literally nuzzling a pussy.
I love it.
It's not nuzzling a cat. You sniff the cat. You have to sniff the cat.
All right.
I know. No, wait.
All right.
What? Gertrude.
There is some irony about a cat named Gertrude, and there's a.
Well, it's the patron saint of cats. That's why I named her as such.
I've literally got on my desk a volume of Gertrude Stein's poetry. Did you name her after
Gertrude?
I could, or Gertrude Stein. I actually quite enjoy Gertrude Stein. So
she wrote some wonderful essays. I mean, the poetry is a bit difficult, but anyway, sorry, Prude.
No, you're good. Corbin sends just a lovely little super sticker of someone waving, so we'll wave right back. George Sagan for $2 US says, "Do it now," in response to Semiagog there. 99 Iron Duke says, for good music, check out the excellent Chris Gard.
Chris Gard!
Chris Gard is an absolute gentleman. I've had the opportunity to stream with him on Mr. Patriarch's channel. I really like him. He's a good man.
Gard's awesome.
and just
proper
a pile
Australian
of
lad.
muscle and a pile of muscles. I
Oh
have to
yeah,
say.
he's just a giant hunk of flesh.
Well, as we call them in Australia, that he's a tradie, a tradesman. You know.
There you go. A
Does
tradie.
everything in Australia end with an E or an O? Like definitely
Or a Y.
trading.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, solid man.
Arditi enthusiast for $5 US says pouring one out for the hat merchant cancer man himself. Here's to the internet legend of Goobergate. Everyone, I'm not reading that last part, although I do appreciate the esoteric racism.
Whoa.
Yeah, it has a lovely bug emoji and a moon.
Hello?
Hello?
I think Prude's
Yeah, I
freeze
think
framed.
Prude.
Yeah, something weird probably happened. This power or whatever.
Oh.
Are we still live though? The chat?
No,
To the
we are live. I still see
Yeah.
comments coming in. I enjoy
Do it live!
Fuck it, we'll do it live. Fuck
Well,
things sucks.
Furious, you better seize the moment that's been afforded to you. What do we all need to know, Furious?
About what exactly?
About
Seed
what
oil.
the fuck ever you want.
Well, what I will actually say is that lunch today was fabulous. That's why I was late. Did any of you gentlemen have a dinner for New Year's Eve or planning anything for New Year's Day?
I was
Tomorrow,
gonna say,
maybe.
I was gonna actually suggest that we all talk if ever people are going to prepare a meal. I'm preparing a wonderful thing. I'm doing choucroute garni a la Alsacienne, which is of
Ooh.
course
Mm.
sauerkraut with sausages and pork and duck
From that
fat.
part of France
It's
that
très
might
bien, mon
actually be
ami.
part of Germany.
Oh, wonderful! I love Alsatian food, and I love choucroute garni. So that's what I'm doing. It's like cassoulet. It's a little less rich than
I
cassoulet,
love
but
it. You're
Yes.
talking about a fucking food, and as you talk about it, D. Marcus says, "Mmm." And while he does that, I'm looking at the football player with the closed eyes,
All right,
and I'm
because
hearing,
he understands it's a celebration of fat and calories. That's
I
what it is.
apologize.
Oh,
for that.
prude!
That is the second time my internet has cut out on me today, but that's okay. All right, I left off, and this is for Furious. 99 Iron Duke asked if you've seen the TV show Furious. Gamora, it's Italian crime TV. He says it's better than The Sopranos.
Yes, I haven't seen it, and yes, I
Gamora's
agree.
a movie, right? Gamora.
No, there's a miniseries as well. I think that the movie and the show are called something else, but one other plays off the other. The TV show was
Didn't it have
made
Joe
first, and the movie
Montano,
was a
this movie?
summary. What was that, Gio?
Didn't the movie have Joe Montano in it? Or
I can't remember.
I think so. Yeah.
But yeah, no, there's a bunch of productions that are like that. There's another one actually called a post-war movie called Barria, which is based in Sicily, which is sort of like this interplay between Sicilian people who are aligned with the regime before the war ended, and then the mafia who were re-empowered by the Americans after the American invasion, and there's this sort of class chafing between what were former sort of peasants and then people moving to the cities, because obviously Italy was industrializing in the 50s. If you're into international movies and you're interested in that particular kind of cultural scene, Barria is actually another good movie as well. But yes, Gamora I highly recommend it. So I agree there's a harder edge to it, which Sopranos I suppose is that typical sort of American gangster thing, but Gamora is probably another level of it's more visceral, and it's definitely harder edge than the Sopranos.
Wonderful. And the last one so far, let me recheck entropy. I'll refresh that real quick. Good, excellent. We're good on that end. So the last one from the night comes from Reprobus, again for $2 US. He says the AA extended universe in leet speak.
There you go.
There you go.
We are not just numbers. We are not just animals. We have existences of our own.
Yes, I like to think that we all do our own separate thing.
No, you do, but I mean, just for convenience. Yeah.
My love for the artist formerly with the stage name Nima is unlimited, unbounded.
Oh man,
you will never hear me diss him or insult him like that publicly. Just in the regards that I leave that to Mr. D, and two, I can always find one nice thing to say about him.
Note the word publicly.
Well, no, the other thing is that, there's plenty to.
Well, and privately, I pray for him.
Well, he needs that publicly as well.
No, that's the best.
Oh my
That's
God.
sneaky. That's as good as you're embarrassing yourself. I'm gonna steal that, man. I'm just gonna be like privately. I pray for you.
Indeed.
I should do it more publicly, though.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, my stalker's back.
All right. Well, ladies and gents, it's been a wonderful way to ring in 2023. But as we talk about the struggles about what this year is going to look like, everyone's festering over predictions, and things seem to be a little bit scattered. I figured that we should read from the Gospel of Matthew in this regards, then, and it'll be a little bit here for us to keep in mind about when we panic and worry about things. So, reading from Matthew 6:25, and we'll go on. Therefore, I say to you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or what you will drink, nor about your body, what you will put on. Is not life more than food, and the body more than clothing? Look at the birds of the air, for neither they sow, nor reap, nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not of more value than they? Which of you, by worrying, can add 1 cubit to his stature? So why do you worry about clothing? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow, they neither toil nor spin. Yet I say to you that even Solomon in all of his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Now if God so clothes the grass of the field, which today is, and tomorrow is thrown into the oven, will he not much more clothe you, O ye of little faith? Therefore do not worry, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or what shall we wear? For after all these things the Gentiles seek. For your heavenly Father knows that you need all these things. But first seek the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you. Therefore do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry for its own troubles. Sufficient is the day is its own evil. And that concludes Matthew chapter 6. So,
Amen. Gentlemen.
Amen indeed.
Because really, like, a year now is so long in internet time, especially, that who knows what's going to happen by this time next year.
Yeah.
Like New Year's 2023. Who knows what the order of things will be like.
And for our East Coast friends, I will stay on for another 11 minutes. But that is the only takeaway that I want you to have from.
Oh, someone asked what Bible you're using, Prude.
I am using the Orthodox Study Bible. So the Old Testament is the Septuagint translation, but its New Testament is the King James version. I have like 3 other Bibles right here. I have an NSRV Greek Intralinear. I have a Douay Reams 1899 American Revised Edition.
Nice.
And I have a in New King James Version Greek Intralinear. But yeah, I do quite enjoy. The more translations you have, the better. Just don't, as a personal bias, if you have an NIV, get a different translation.
I just noticed as Prude turns in profile that he's got a huge cranium, just a giant brain case like I do, which means, totally
it's bad.
He's a totally fucking light bulb head like me. That's the big brain. Take a look right there. You'll see it on me too. Giant brain. Like if you put my brain on the scale next to anyone else's, the other side would just shriek. It would just shriek and sink. I mean,
on your way of saying I have a large forehead.
Brain mass isn't a predictor of intelligence.
I know. Fuck off with those piddling details.
No, it's true. Phrenology is correct.
No.
Oliver, are you saying I have a large forehead?
I'm saying that you got a light bulb shaped head like me. I bet you have a large hat size too because of the giant brain.
I'll tell you what they say about that.
Now I'm curious to wonder how my co-host, Mr. Apostolic Majesty, how many CC capacity his skull has.
Oh man, he's got a fucking guild navigator living in his fucking skull, man.
He must have a wheelbarrow like to carry it around with him because
he's like the opposite of that scene from South Park where they all microwave their nuts. He's just carrying his big extra parts of his brain onto him.
Dare. I think we should all strive to be well-read.
I have to caveat though. I'm not saying that to be snide. He's a wonderful man. He's a co-host. He's a friend. I have the utmost respect for him. So I say purely out of jest. Sorry, D.
He's also a fucking mentat beast. Love him, man. Damn, awesome.
He's slipping mentats when nobody's looking. As long as you don't get addicted to Jet, I guess that's the only thing that matters. if we're gonna have some Fallout references in here.
Oh yes,
yes.
Indeed,
Look at Reprobus just throwing up the ancient Sargon lore. Depends on the child galaxy brain take by Sargon. I can't believe I went really all in for Sargon this stream. Amazing.
You are his biggest soldier.
But I have to admit,
That's
the
very
last
true.
18 months have been very interesting for Argon evolution. His undoubtedly his trajectory is heading in a given direction, isn't it? It's becoming obvious. It's almost like he's very gradually sort of revealing power level. I do find that encouraging about Sargon.
I am pure. Oh, sorry, Marcus.
No. You go, D.
I was just saying that I am pure Carl Benjamin fan because when he came back, when he was brought back to Twitter, the first thing he did was make a huge thread thanking various people, including me.
Yes,
Astoundingly, he said that AA and myself, again, were partially responsible for helping him, evolve the way he thought about things, and I was totally flabbergasted. And again, for someone like someone with 250,000 follows, to humbly give thanks to someone, I had no idea. I just thought that was, that was really, again, the humility of that sort of gesture is part of his big comeback.
Yeah.
It was really touching. And I don't know. I don't think I offer anything to anyone other than annoyance, but I thought that was wonderful. So
do not
that
be ridiculous.
certainly changed my mind.
Sir.
I would certainly like it if he followed me back, but that's
me too. But about Mr. Medicare, so 99 Iron Duke said Jim actually said that Sargon had vastly improved and redeemed himself in his last stream. Well, that's nice. I think Jim is in a more
good.
reflective mode. Yeah.
I mean, I get when I was talking about earlier. I mean, Medicare said really horrible things about
that was years ago. Yeah,
Sargon's family. Well, years ago, but again, but again, water under the bridge, and of course, there is forgiveness. For sin. So.
Well, I think it's important that we try our best to grow and evolve and move on in ways in which we can look back and say I'm better than what I was before. We should always continuously seek self-improvement, all the things that we do. Because like we said earlier, we never know when our own bell is going to toll for us.
Yep. And some of us are much closer to that, without delving in anything personal, but,
just by being fucking old.
Well, just by being fucking old and and having various,
Semigog, I'm going to just rub it in a little bit. You're old enough to be my dad, so there you go.
Fuck. Oh my God. Fucking Patriarch said that shit too, and it makes me hate both of you.
Maybe
old enough to
but maybe like teen pregnancy, maybe.
I hate to say it, but I'm old enough to be Geo's dad as well.
Oh fuck!
Oh.
All right, wait. To the somber moment reflected upon by D and by Prudentialist, I will say it's attributed to Henry King. They say, like to the falling of a star, or as the flights of eagles are, or like the fresh spring's gaudy hue, or silver drops of morning dew, or like the wind that chafes the flood, or bubbles which on water stood, even such is man whose borrowed light is straight called in and paid tonight. The wind blows out, the bubble dies, the spring entombed in autumn lies, the dew dries up, the star is shot, the flight is past, and man forgot.
Fucking Henry King, I love the metaphysical poets.
Indeed. And I will relay a proverb from my people, the Irish. Drink and be merry, for tomorrow we die.
Aye. And they do good funerals too.
Tempest.
Oh, we do wonderful, wonderful funerals. I mean, sadly, of course, Ireland has been murdered by same forces that have trying to murder the rest of the West. And
God, isn't that crazy that the most damage done to Ireland in its entire history wasn't from the English? I mean, that deserves a whole lot of meditation of its own, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm from a strain of the Irish who who did
They
bitch about the
spent
English.
centuries developing an immune response to the Irish that they just got whacked by something completely different.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
that's like Quebec.
It's
Exact
quite
same
sad.
situation.
No, it's quite sad.
Like if you look at Quebec in the 60s and you look at Ireland now, it's almost virtually the same. So
I do have I have lamentations for the more socially conservative Catholic Ireland that just as soon as they got as soon as they legalized child sacrifice, that's
no, a horrible
women crying in the streets.
with fucking celebration. One of the worst
throngs of glee, and it was perverse. It was horrible.
They're crying tears of joy.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Seeing that happen, and then of course it was dominoes from there on in.
Yeah.
No, and I'll probably never return there. And I have close kin and close ties from part of my family, but it was really heartbreaking. Well, this is very depressing.
No, we've got to pull it up out of the nose.
Did anything good happen?
Come on.
We're heading. We're
what are we
heading
eating
towards
tomorrow?
Yeah,
What are we
that's a
eating?
good question. What are we eating tomorrow?
What are
we
you
all
eating?
feasting on?
Crude. What are you feasting on?
That's an excellent. Well, I feel bad because I always bring like a pizza for the kids after liturgy for the kids to eat. I don't know. We all bring food, so whatever comes next is always going to be good.
I'd be very happy with the pizza.
Papa Prue brings the pizza.
I
That's
do.
very touching, actually.
I bring the because we have a shit ton of kids at our parish, so I just always bring the pizza for them. So
I would eat
the kids are happy.
Yeah, I'd be very happy as well.
I mean, let's face it. Have you ever seen a sad kid, in front of a pile of pizza boxes? The answer's no.
No,
exactly. That wasn't me.
But I've seen a sad Andrew Tate in front of a pile of pizza boxes.
We didn't even get to that. Oh my god.
No, absolutely. Who?
I am with AA on this. I don't want to talk about it. I am just happy that a man who complains that his dad was somehow in the CIA or whatever. You know what? All I will say is I don't think he was a good influence, but good thing he converted to Islam, so he's got his prison gang all picked out for him.
The Muslims.
See, fucking Prudel. He'll touch you from the side, man. The razor comes out like a fucking Italian, except he ain't.
I had my blurb on
Typical what brings a
Telegram
knife to a gunfight.
and Twitter and on Telegram and then Twitter. Twitter. Prude was just like, these people are both bastards for different reasons. Yeah.
So Geo gives this long, elaborate screed, and I don't want to say screed. He gives this long, elaborate point about how like this whole bit on Andrew Tate like shows fissures and fractures on the E right, and he's talking about like Greta Thunberg. And I just go, well, Greta Thunberg and Andrew Tate, they're both bastards.
It's like that. It's like the God rest his soul. The Norm Macdonald one is like, I hate to tell you this, but everyone involved in this.
This may sound shocking to some viewers, but I think everyone in this story should die.
Yeah. It's like choosing between gonorrhea and syphilis,
I don't even know what this is.
Yeah, you'll clap them both off.
You know what? I forget who said it. It may have been someone. Oh my God. Who said it? It was someone. It may have been like an Amarnite that said, all the people that traveled with Andrew Tate to Romania, all the e-grifters, they're fucking sweating bullets right now. So it's like...
Happy New Year, West Coast.
I never heard of that motherfucker until 10 minutes ago. I'd never heard of Andrew Tate, literally till 1 month ago.
Had no idea who it was.
I only heard of him because he helped Jordan Peterson's daughter find her lobster.
Yeah. I only heard of him because he beefed with my good friend Ryan Stone. That's the only reason I've heard of Andrew Tate.
Actually, funny enough, Diggs, I always remember the fabulous meme that you sent me after the end of the last F1 season, when Verstappen beat Hamilton. There's that picture of Max strangling Lewis. There was a tweet by Tate 6 months later. He's like, Hamilton's a 5'8" vegan pussy, and I could be even F1. And that's the first time I ever heard of Andrew. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? And then from that point on that I saw that tweet till now, Andrew Tate's become a thing. Where 6 months ago I had no idea he even existed as an individual.
Yeah.
What did he? How do you have access to Twitter though? He's
small
tweeting
penis
about the
energy.
Matrix?
Small penis energy. Yeah.
But maybe he's out on bond or bail.
Did he hoof his smartphone? Is that how he did it?
Well, considering how he walks, I'm pretty sure he knows where to fit a phone.
Oh, because he's tweeting about the Matrix and all this cringy bullshit.
Very scheduled tweets. Someone else has his password, and who knows?
Maybe.
But
Could be
I will
scheduled,
leave it
yeah.
at that. I will say Happy New Year to everyone on the West Coast.
Happy New Year.
May God be with you for how you survive on the West Coast, especially you Californians.
Ooh.
I don't know how you do it, but then again, I will conclude with this, and I will wish you all a very good night. Quote, what I see around me would drive me insane if I did not know that no matter what happens, God will have the last word. And that's from St. Paisios. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a very wonderful and blessed Happy New Year. I want to say thank you to all of my wonderful friends and colleagues and guests who had come on. Thank you all for sticking it out for this 4+ hour stream. We've achieved AA status for a 4-hour stream.
Nice.
Based.
And
This
so
is a content-minded episode.
You're absolutely right. But do you guys have anything that you want to promote or share before we take off?
Sure.
Gio, go for it.
Oh, me? Okay. I just did you'll find it on my Twitter and my Telegram. I just did a 3+ hour stream with the War Report podcast. We covered the year in review. We didn't get to everything. Next week, probably I'll release the Wide Dog episode of Content Minded. His vocoder will be fixed this time. It won't be as annoying. I swear to God. We talk about AI art and all that stuff because he himself is an illustrator, and he's worried about his livelihood and that he'll be in the streets because of these tech nerds. And I don't know what we're doing for digital. Are we going to do it this week? Digital?
Yeah, we'll do it this week. It's on your channel, right?
We'll do something spicy. And other than that, I have a bunch of good content planned in a bunch of episodes I want to do with different people, including everyone here on the panel. So Content Minded is the content renaissance will be onward and upwards 2023. So go to patreon.com/Johnny Productions. So there you go. Give me money or a manual typewriter, all that good stuff.
Nothing from my end other than to say thanks very much for having me on. I wish a very fine new year to everyone, to you, Geo, to Furious, to fucking Righteous D, my Twitter space drinking friend. Prudentialist, you, of course, thanks very much for having me on. Look forward to all sorts of fun discussions in the new year. But, all Twitter stuff, all YouTube stuff aside, all the best to and for you and yours, gentlemen's, and also everybody that's been kind enough to tune in. I'm in my beverages now, and I feel an expansive, magnanimous attitude towards you all. So be well, truly, all bullshit aside. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, friend. Thank you for talking. This has been great.
Furious?
Indeed. Well, I will say from a personal standpoint, I know I did say this last night amongst ourselves, that I think about like our circles, and the sort of interactions we have, and I almost have to pinch myself to consider myself to exist amongst the peers that I do, and obviously this includes the chat and our Twitter mutuals, etc. We're a very good community, and I mean, I suppose I am lucky, and I suppose some of us are, that we have families and extended families that love us and cherish us, and some people aren't so fortunate. And for some people, our circle is what they have; it's their one outlet, in this complicated and ever darkening world, and amongst the confusion, we are sort of in a sense act as a white pill. And I always appreciate, I have my little role in this, and we all have our roles in this, and some people have more or less influence, but we all, I think, play an important part one way or another. And I too count myself actually grateful, because I think if it wasn't for this circle here, my own life would probably have less purpose. And I really enjoy and cherish the people that I interact with. So whether it's through Twitter or through YouTube, I want to thank everybody, because this is actually one of the things I really look forward to on a week-to-week and a month-to-month basis. It brings me considerable joy. And I mean, I've been on most of your channels, or we've obviously been on stuff with us, Prude or Geo, and Semi D. We've all had mutual interactions, and I count myself very fortunate for it, and I'm grateful for it. And so this is the time of year to be grateful for those blessings that we have in life, and also spare a thought for those who are less fortunate and don't have that. So we should be grateful for our blessings when we have them. On a final note, if I may say so, if I may, Prude, I'll say a little word in Italian, if I may.
Yeah.
Saluti festivi amici miei, buon Natale, buona fortuna e felice anno nuovo. Festive greetings, my friends. Merry Christmas, the best of luck, and Happy New Year to you all.
Si
Thank
fosse
you.
poco,
Amazing. But that's
l'arderai il mondo.
But that's such a great message, though, because there are a lot of people. Like I know we love to cut down parasociality and all that, but it is true. I mean, I do believe that we're entering an age. I've said this many a times. Entering an age of new sincerity in terms of our engagement in the online world and different people. And having been at this for so long, there's a lot of people they interact with who abuse that right of having an audience, who are pieces of shit, and who does it? Never mind. But I feel like a lot of people that rise to the top do it for honest reasons and deserve to be at the top because they've inspired and transformed the lives of a lot of people, even in a small way. And you can, as someone who is a public figure, even if you're an anon, you have to take the gravity of that situation into your heart, and you have to realize that you do have an amount of power over people. So, and for you, Donald Trump Gaming, I will rip one last cloud for you, my friend.
Well, while he does that, Mr. D.
Happy New Year, everyone, and let's hope that, as always, it's better than the last.
Oh, I will say this though, Gaelic reaction. I did light a candle for the late Pope, and may the Lord keep him.
Yes,
his
indeed.
repose.
Pope
Even
Benedict.
though I do not submit to the papacy as an Orthodox Christian, I think it is a tremendous loss that someone who had focused a lot on the traditional mass and rites to pass in the way that he did, but to live to 95 is a lifespan that only so many of us could hope for and wish. But yeah, it's sort of a dark day for many Catholics, I know, in the midst of all this, but God be with you all.
Well, to see the demons gloating is really just
Speak
no,
to
I
that,
don't want to
idea.
ruin it with those people because
I mean, it was
you
a
know where they're
dark day.
going. Eh?
No. But there is
It was
there
a
is a
dark
point to
day
be
when he
said.
was removed.
There's a point to be said for that being hated by the right people is a vindication of your righteousness as well.
Yeah. I mean, it reminds me of St. Ignatius's epistles before his martyrdom as he's carried off into Rome. I think it's his letter to I think to the church in Corinth, or I can't recall, but he says that I hope that you do not see me just as a Christian, but I am found to be one. And I think that that's really in regards to any form of the Christian faith. I think that that's what we hope to, is that even when we're gone and we are dust, that someone will find us and say that this was a Christian. And that's what we can only hope for in these regards. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, despite all of the dire things that we've encountered in 2022, the hell that we may have seen over these last few years, know that at the end, God wins and that we'll be okay. So with that, ladies and gents, take care, good night, and Happy New Year.
God bless. Goodbye.